We still entertaining. We don't need to panic. This club is shady anyway. Who cares about the raindrops? All your exclusive rooftops. We just need a junk shop or a kebab shop. People come and go, people come and go. Nobody can take away our star and roll. If everybody's gone, if everybody's gone, nobody can hold up. We are going strong. Kicked out of the club, had I been too much? We just dance outside, bro, but still in style. Kicked out of the club, had I been too much? We just dance outside, bro, but still in style. Bro, but still in style. Bro, but still in style.
I got to know, what do I feel inside? I lose control, can't keep you off my mind. I gotta know, what did you do to me? Oh, I think it's time, I need to take a chance to cross the line, so I can understand. I gotta know, what did you do to me? Oh, oh, 'cause you gave me something I never knew before, and it feels ecstatic. Give me more, give me more. When you call my name and we're all alone, when you hold me close, it's those silly little moments come and go, and they stay with me. They make me feel like I'm alive. They make me feel like I'm not too late. Did I just wait too long to play this game? Now your love is gone. I gotta know, what did you do to me? Oh, can wait no more. I am on overload. So if you're sure, don't leave me all alone. I gotta know, what did you do to me? Oh, oh, 'cause you gave me something I never knew before, and it feels ecstatic. Give me more, give me more. When you call my name and we're all alone, when you hold me close, it's those silly little moments come and go, and they stay with me. They make me feel like I'm alive. As long from the start. I gotta tell you now, you're standing away too far. I gotta tell you now, what you're doing to my heart. I gotta tell you now, I need to know who you are. Ooh, you look so good, I can't believe I'm not fantasizing. The way you move your legs around is so mesmerizing. I fell in love again, right in the moment when you turned around. You're my midnight miracle. You shine brighter than the strobe lights. You're my midnight miracle. Come with me and I'll make you feel alright. Into your eyes, can you feel the groove? When I hold you tight, can you feel the groove? Taking us through the night, and can you feel the groove? Shaking from left to right. Ooh, you look so good, I can't believe I'm not fantasizing. The way you move your legs around is so mesmerizing. I fell in love again, right in the moment when you turned around, round, round, yeah. You're my midnight miracle. You shine brighter than the strobe lights. You're my midnight miracle. Come with me and I'll make you feel alright. You're my midnight miracle. You shine
And we are back for another day of APAC South. Dev's just given us a bit of a heart attack right as call time hits. That's okay, Dev. We're used to it by now. And of course, Mandy, we've had a very interesting start to our stage so far. A couple of teams that have been left behind in the dust and a couple of teams that are looking red hot. But how are you feeling? I know you weren't feeling too well last week.
Nope, I'm not feeling that much better this week. So we are still unwell, but that is okay because we've still got APAC South to go.
That we do, Dev. Thank God for APAC. I'll tell you that much. It just gives us a little bit of a high, you know, as we hit the midweek. We get excited because we know Thursday is where all the action's at. How have you found it so far? You know, we've had some pretty disappointing storylines, some that have proven true from stage 2.
Well, yeah, Lee, it's not been a great stage if you're an Oceanic fan. The only two OCE teams that we still have remaining in the league have both been doing quite poorly, but they'll play each other later tonight. But if you're an SEA fan, particularly if you're an Elevate fan, as many people are who have seen them go to these majors and 6 invitationals, you're having a great time right now. Elevate are looking in peak form. It's a really exciting time to see them likely go into the next major with their sights set on the biggest prize that you could go in Rainbow Six.
Well, it's time to set our sights, Dev, on APAC South, I guess. Keep it as current as we can. We'll go back and have a look at the conversations around last week because there were some pretty shocking results. But, Mandy, do you think this one was kind of expected?
I think this one was probably the most expected of all the results in the week. Gaming Gladiators, they look really great on Oregon. They played Wolves on this map twice at the major, and they managed to take them to overtime. So no surprises here that they had a very dominant showing on this map.
I really hope for Wildcard's sake, Dev, that they can bring back what was a good start to their stage.
That's right. Yeah, Wildcard started taking down Tide in week 1, but then, of course, Gladiators got the better of them. But like you said, Mandy, I don't think Wildcard could be too cut up about this one. Gladiators are a really good team right now.
And a team that has seriously been in red-hot form coming into APAC South Stage 3 is Elevate, but I'm not going to lie, Tide completely shocked me, Mandy. I mean, were you under the same assumption that maybe we're expecting Elevate to run all over them?
I think I was expecting Elevate to be able to run all over them. I was pretty shocked at how far Tide were able to take them, but eventually Elevate, they don't fall to their silly mistakes as they often comment about themselves and decide to close out the map, and, well, it was all over from there.
That's it. Some surprising signs of life for Tide, which is exciting. But speaking of, you know, kind of signals to life being shown, Dev, Fury are alive and well.
Yeah, Fury have actually hit peak form. Not only did they have a great game taking down Knights last week 7-4, which is the game we're watching right now, but they also had a fantastic week in the Operation League as well, where they've taken down both Elevate and Gaming Gladiators, 2 of their hottest rivals. So Fury definitely on the up. Quite a far cry from, if you remember, in Stage 1, where they went the entire stage, 7 playdays, without a single point from any of their matches. So it's exciting to see Fury and both Tide teams, in fact, doing so well.
It certainly is. It's time for us to have a look at how all of these matches have left us in the position of the ladder. Elevate standing clear on top by 6 points. Of course, there's still a game in hand with Gaming Gladiators and Direwolves. Again, for those of you that might be scratching your head, this is okay. This is what we expected. We currently only have 7 teams in APAC South, meaning that 1 team gets a bye every week. But I guess I'm probably looking closer to the bottom of the scoreboard tonight, Mandy, where I think the biggest shock of all lies.
I think I would have to agree with you. The Knights, we thought they were in red-hot form coming off the back of Stage 2. They almost qualified to that Berlin Major. They were just 1 round away from being able to do it. Now coming to Stage 3, they look like they've dropped the ball. It doesn't look like the Knights that we know and love from pretty much the entirety of 2022, and I can only hope that on this Playday they bounce back.
Speaking of this Playday, let's have a look at the matches that we've got lying in front of us. Of course, the Fury Elevate matchup, Dev. We'll get back to that one in a second because I think there's a lot at stake with that game. And as you've already mentioned, we've seen Fury topple what is the great giant mountain of APAC South. Heading down the line, though, all of these are just absolute APAC South classic bangers. Direwolves going up against Gladiators. What do you make of that, Dev?
That should be a good one. Both teams looking in pretty good form. Gladiators obviously off the back of their major attendance in Berlin and a great second place in Stage 2. Direwolves didn't do so great in Stage 2. They were first flawless, whole 21-point stage in Stage 1. They went to that major over in Charlotte. They did all right, not as well as possible, but you've got to give them some credit. It was their first event. Stage 2 was a letdown, so they need to bounce back here And the fact that they had a bye last week and they already did take a win against Fury on Skyscraper means that this is their chance to start racking up some points against the stronger teams in the league.
Very exciting for both of those teams, I guess. It could really propel them quite high in the standings. Of course, a win for either of them would put them just behind Elevate. And of course, the most coveted of positions here, it is our predictions, Mandy. But one thing that's got me scratching my head above all, what is going on with the wildcard guess? What is going on there?
Look. The Knights, they're not looking so good, all right? Neither are wildcard, to be fair. They're also not looking incredible, but I feel like wildcard are slowly figuring it out. I want to put a little bit of faith to them.
Okay.
So, and Dev and I, currently we're tied in the scoreboard, so I had to do something different, right? One of us has got to be on top. Yeah.
Well, I guess, Dev, what probably I had the biggest question mark around is actually not Mandy's pick. It's more so Xenox's. I can't believe that more people haven't backed in Fury for this one.
Well, people have bias towards Elevate with how well they've done internationally, and also they have won their first 2 games. Fury are looking pretty good as well, though not perfect. If I recall correctly, they dropped a... Yeah, so they did lose their first game, even though they got to overtime against Direwolves. And Fury have had, like I said, a really good time in the Operation League. They did actually take down Elevate just 4 days ago on Sunday. And prior to that, they took down Gladiators the day before. So Fury are in really good form. I think that people just have so much faith in Elevate. Not only are they undefeated, they're probably the best that they ever have. They've got Laxing now as well to support the team.
Yep.
It's hard to put any doubt over that name as big as Elevate.
You know what? This is probably the best time, if any time, to dive into this matchup because it is our first matchup of Playday 3. Fury take on Elevate. 2 teams that have gone head-to-head more times than I care to count. And to be fair, Fury are starting to look a hell of a lot better. You've already kind of put a lot of the stakes up in terms of what this matchup means to both teams, but I probably want to isolate this a little bit further and look toward Fury, Mandy, because ever since stage 1, we were expecting them to be the unwanted child of this region, right? We thought, they've had a shocker. We don't think we're going to see them in stage 2. We barely think stage 3 they'll put up a competition. Completely blown us away. And I think maybe some of that credit really needs to go toward the likes of I9 and BG, who have come in and kind of rounded out this roster quite nicely.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you. Fury, they seem to be on the rise every time that we watch them in APAC South. I feel more impressed with this roster. At first, I really didn't rate their strategy, their structure, but as they've gone through the seasons, they've shown us that they in fact do bot review quite hard, and they've learnt a lot more strategically, and it's gone and shown in the server. Of course, with the addition of I9, just seems to be that entry power that they needed to open up some of these attacking rounds, which is what I felt like this roster was missing beforehand. It just felt like they didn't really have a key into the rounds, but now they do. And as a result, it's really been an X factor to a lot of these APAC South rosters.
Dev, what's crazy is, most remember Napew's name, obviously, from Elevate, and there was a big buzz when we saw that he was coming back. However, to, I would say Elevate's little brother. And as Mandy's alluding to there, the opening kills have been quite decent. But one thing that has probably shocked me, I don't know if it's shocked you, has been his KD across, the last 2 stages. It is not the Napew that we saw, or now I9, that we saw back on Elevate.
Well, Napew is a great player, but it's also important to remember there was a reason why Elevate looked other places to change up their roster, right?
Yep.
Now, Napew has found a home on Fury, and yes, it has helped out the team as a whole. Is he the greatest player ever to touch the game? No. Is he a great player in his own right? Yes. So you can't always rely on him to be the highest in the stats. He tends to be a very unpredictable player, but he's not the most consistent, which I think was the problem that Elevate had with them. So if Napew's having an on day, then you're going to see a lot of opening picks going towards Fury's side. You're going to see a lot of early unpredictable aggression. But if Elevate can read into his playstyle, which you would think they should be able to, having played alongside him for such a long amount of time, they may well be able to shut him down. And it's not just the revenge story here for I9, but you've also, of course, got BG Man, who for a long time subbed and played with Elevate, and he's now on that Fury roster as well.
Yeah, and, it's a double-edged sword, right? As we start to look at Elevate and talk about this lineup that has just been otherworldly. I really, there's no other way to say it. In APAC South, they have been the team. Even in APAC, they have been the single shining light in 2022. But, if we were talking about I9 and BG Man and Elevate having a sense of how they play, Mandy, would there be any world in which, Elevate slightly tweak what they would otherwise do, knowing full well that 40% of Fury's roster were former Elevate players?
I would have to say yes. So I just spoke to Elevate yesterday about exactly this. And something that they commented on about their playstyle is that they're very good at reading what their opponents do, not just outside the match, but particularly in the match. They're in their mid-round problem solving and talking between rounds about what they think the behaviors of their opponents are is what sets apart Elevate from, in my opinion, the rest of APAC. And I think coming into this Fury matchup, especially knowing these former players, that's really going to play into the strengths of their team structure.
Dev, this is a roster that has proven so much strength, and Maddie's touched on a great point there, but their current performances outside of APAC South has left a little bit to be desired.
Well, yeah, if you're alluding to the Operation League, yes, the fact that they dropped a game to Fury, and this is a rematch of just 4 days ago, that is a black mark on their record, which you wouldn't usually expect from this team. I can't really guess too much what went on to that game. Obviously, it's a national. It doesn't contribute to, say, this team's placement at going to the major or going to the Six Invitational on points, which is what their sights are set on now. Both of those things they'll get if they get the top two in this league, which I still back them in. That's the bottom line here is what I'm saying. I think this team is hitting their peak form at the moment. Yes, there might be a little bit of concern. Fury might be in pretty good form, but this is Elevate after all, right? You got Mark and Mr. Punch who came in for stage 1 and have now been fully integrated into being the backbone of this team, giving Onigiri and Sapper the freedom to do what they need to do. And you can see it in the stats, right?
Yeah.
Like the #1 player for rating, KD, and entry, the entire of APAC South right now is Onigiri. The #1 player for KOST, clutches, and plants is Sapper. Like this is just the best team with the best players in the league.
Certainly are, and there's really only one thing left to do. Really, that is standing between us and this game, and that is finding out what map we're going to be heading to, because that could, well, change some of the discussion that we're going to have here. Mandy, do you think that the veto could really play a massive impact here?
I think that it could, because if Fury are playing on a map that they're comfortable on, it could not be so good. Actually, it's going to be Cafe. Okay, so Cafe, personally, I would back in Elevate to be a little bit better at this one.
Yeah, I mean, Dev, I'm doing the classic hosting and looking at, previous results and Elevate good, Fury bad, but it's never as simple as that, is it?
No, well, the thing is for Fury, right? Like, they have played this map and had some close wins and close losses on it. The last 2 times they played it, funnily enough, the most recent time was against Elevate. So these 2 teams played it at the end of July in Operation League, and Elevate only barely won 8-6. You go back one day, the day before that, Fury played it in Operation League and beat Gaming Gladiators 8-7. So we've had some good results from Fury. I wouldn't take that away from them. From Elevate, this has always been a staple map of theirs. They did lose it at the Berlin Major to W7M, but that was a strange, slow start to their quarterfinal. I wouldn't put too much weight in that. Okay. And we did see them play it last week. We saw the replays earlier where they beat Tide. However, Tide did get 4 rounds off them, which is pretty decent, I'd say. I wouldn't necessarily have expected Tide to get so many rounds. So I would say overall, this is a pretty good map veto for both teams. Elevate's going to be comfy as long as they get a map that they're happy with, which is this. But Fury also very comfortable on this map. So if there's anywhere that they can do it, yeah, I'll give them a crack here.
Are we backing them in to go back-to-back against the Thai Giants here, Mandy? Do we think Fury can get it done on Cafe? This is a very big matchup for them.
I'm actually going to say no to that. I think that Elevate play pretty big off recency bias. I think that when they've just played a map or they've just got that learning process in their head or that problem solving happening in the moment, that is the Elevate that plays the best. It takes them a while to get started, but because they've played it so often recently, I feel like that's the cogs that are turning in their heads right now. And I think as a result, Fury are going to have a pretty tough time on this map.
Well, it's going to be dangerous. We've got 2 of the best teams in APAC South going head-to-head. And to bring you the action, 2 of the best commentators, Xenox and Guts.
So far, Elevate haven't necessarily been tested all that much here in Stage 3. Guz 7-1 against the Knights in Playday 1, and then a largely comfortable victory against Tide as well in Week 2. But of course, as the wonderful desk sort of brought up, it hasn't been all that easy for Elevate outside of APAC South. Obviously losing to Fury just recently, I do wonder if that will make its way here. Is this going to be the first time Elevate really get tested?
Maybe I'll be. For me, though, this is Probably the most exciting match of the evening. Both teams arguably close to, if not at, the peak of their powers currently. So intrigued to see if Elevate continue that run and very close behind in that second position, looking to really bolster their season or their stage as well. So it should be a lot of fun. Takes place on Cafe once more, the stage in which they played off against each other last time. And more importantly, we saw Elevate play it last week. I'm not totally convinced Elevate played that really well. They did a good job in being able to eventually stabilize and close it out, but for the most part, they were challenged, and I think Fury is going to be a much more challenging opponent than Tide was.
Yeah, we obviously got to see them take Tide on Cafe last week. It was the first half that really maybe threw out some surprises. 4 rounds to Elevate in the attacking half. That was the biggest factor at the time. Tide did have, I think, a couple of rounds in the middle portion of that map where they did sort of even up the scoreline until Elevate ran away with it on the defense. Havana, Nook taken off the board for the attacking bands as we head over to the defending bands. Probably not expecting too much craziness here. Last time out, Elevate actually took off the Valkyrie, so I'm probably expecting that here on Cafe once again. Pretty much stock standard kind of ban as well, so would be very surprised to not see it come out, and there you go.
Pretty good from you. Not bad.
Well, to be fair,
with a fun fact.
It is probably like 90% ban rate on Cafe, even after the nerfs.
100%. We'll see what the final ban here for Fury ends up being. Probably anticipating a mirror. Pretty versatile on this map, but could be something else. And in fact, will actually be the mute. So that's intriguing. Trying to deny Elevate a lot of information on entry. And when you think on sites like top floor, for example, where just getting your drone up to the top floor can be a real challenge. Nevertheless, actually getting additional information can be very, very tough. You add the mute on top of that would have made things difficult. So instead, they'll ban it out. So it should actually make it easier. Retracting my first point. But anyway, we move on. Third floor, we do begin. Azami will be in play. That's probably the key thing to keep in mind. She offers a lot of versatility on a lot of different parts of this map. Cafe is a map where you need to be hunkering down and holding power positions. Azami with those keeper barriers facilitates it.
Yeah, and I think one thing to keep in mind here, Elevate attacking first, right? We obviously saw them come out and do really, really well in the first half last week. 4-2 attacking half on a map that, you know, historically has generally favored defenders. Part of that, though, you would say is down to just the meta in general. Attackers having a better time of things at the moment, especially with attacker repick. But Elevate's attack was quite clean. They were able to really ham in Tide on the defense, who, in all fairness, their bad rounds, Tide, were the kind of rounds where they weren't aggressive. They were sitting back on site. They were allowing Elevate to get through their checklist really, really quickly, get into areas like top red within bloody 10 seconds of being able to do so. On rounds that Tide did well, they were more in the face of Elevate. They were pressuring them. They were making it harder to get into those critical positions. So that's probably what we're going to need to see from Fury. Things like this from Hajime. Doesn't seem like much, doesn't get anything, but who knows? That's the difference between getting an opening kill or not and being able to try and just gain any advantage against a team like Elevate, which is so critical.
I totally agree. If Fury want to win this game, they need to disrupt that structure from Elevate. Mandy said it on the desk. I completely agree with her. Elevate are the best team in APAC when they're in equal, if not favorable positions to close out rounds and to have a structure that works. And if they need to manipulate it just a little bit, they can. So it's up to Fury to disrupt it as much as possible. Early round, that is spawn peaks. That is contesting drops. Over towards Red Hatch, that's going to be a key position, not allowing Elevate to get that control for free. And that's what we're going to see largely. BG Man, for example, is in a good position in Lounge. Those keeper barriers providing that additional protection and a bit of a buddy system being employed. So once Elevate feel ready to pressure this, they're going to have to deal with quite a bit of utility.
Yeah, and I like the forward aggressive here from I9 and BG Man, right? It's just all about making sure Elevate don't get those critical positions, force them to use a lot of that utility early in trying to get into those positions rather than using the utility on site and clearing out site. I mean, this is a risky play here from BG Man, of course. If those keeper barriers do go down, he is kind of sitting out in the open at the moment. Oh, that's a risky peek from I9 as well. And he is just trying to, well, he did see the Rotero drop down. Flores was actually banned out last time by Elevate, electing to keep him in and now obviously pick and play him to try and clear out these kind of positions. But all of a sudden, guys, minute and 8 seconds. Elevate haven't even got into the building yet. They're still on the roof.
It's Cafe at its finest. That initial entry is a struggle. Mr. Punch has been lurking quite a bit down below for the majority of this round, but hasn't been able to get much done. Still has 2 nades, of course, in hand. Oh, nice. So watching the drop, but gets caught off guard. Onigiri finds an opening. He played so well in the last Playday gone, particularly finding these key picks, and he does it again.
Yeah, but I'm wondering how Lycolis doesn't get the trade there. If you're sitting in Cocktail and you're not watching that cigar shot push straight through the doorway, I mean, unless it was just one of those moments where at the split second he looked away. They do lose Dark as well. BGMan has to make a play here, and he does. Onigiri goes down. We know how strong Onigiri is with that DMR here on Cafe. We saw it last week firsthand. Lycolis does come up clutch that time by getting the kill, but Sapper into bar finds 2 suddenly advantage once it's 1. Only Hajime, and he's not even looking in the right spot. Elevate overwhelmed sight. It was a little bit slow going. Not a bad defense from Fury, but in the end, they crumbled.
Yeah, it was slow. Elevate did a decent job with the utility available to finally clear those keeper barriers. Once those were dealt with, the cross on the push-through shot was much more difficult to hold, and that's where Elevate were able to find sort of that crack in the armor, and we're able to exploit it. Sapper as well, we saw his POV. Fantastic observing by Sky, as always. He opened up the round towards the back end as well, so really well done. And Elevate doing a good job showing that despite Habana being banned out by Fury, they're still able to clear those barriers, because if it wasn't for Azami there, the round would have played out completely differently, and it would have been a lot easier for Elevate to get that control. They had to rely on other forms of utility outside of the X-Kairos from the Habana, the much more efficient way of clearing it to get the job done, but they were still able to do it. And yes, it was slow, it was steady, but it got the job done. And it'd be a disappointing feeling for Fury to open up a match, feeling as if they were quite close to being able to win out the round, and then it's sort of crumbling in that final phase.
Obviously, they change up the approach. Now we go down to kitchen cooking here for the second round, so no repeat from Fury up on Bar Cocktail, and probably for good reason. The defense did fall apart. Full credit to Elevate, and that's one thing that is very much in the wheelhouse of Elevate and this team, that sort of mental fortitude of being able to stick with a round and not just throw it away because things aren't working out straight away. Okay, you got to put a bit more time into top red and getting that position, clearing out play around Piano, you know, dealing with those keeper barriers, having to use a bit of utility, having to maybe even push down into mining and play from there. Play into your Roteros, play for time, don't have to rush it, especially on a site like Bar Cocktail. And I think Elevate just did not panic at all, and that's why they were able to get that round win. I think a lot of other teams facing that particular defense of Fury probably don't win that round. So it's a full testament to where Elevate is at as a team. Obviously, a team looking to make it 3 wins in a row and maintain that top position. But this time, like Colas with the SMG-11, gets the headshot onto DCH outside, who had the diffuser as well. So that's a good start for Fury. Gives them a massive advantage here in the second round.
That's huge. A play from Elevate will now need to rotate across to pick that up. And obviously now a man down for the remainder of the push. 2 nades as well out of the hands of DCH. That is a really significant kill there for Fury. Elevate though, they'll get control up above. I'm assuming that's been facilitated by pre-placed drones. Pretty quick sweep, and Elevate know that time is of the essence, even more so as they need to try and find a pick, ideally, before they go for the execute. See those positions of Fury on the overhead. Sapper makes his way alongside the sledge. No real footprints to track as of yet. But time ticking down fast. Mr. Punch getting some vert pressure. Elevate still yet to reclaim that diffuser.
Yeah, minute left as well, as you said, time ticking away. Don't have those Geminis as well for entry help. Obviously still just trying to deal with this hatch, finally getting it open now, but 45 seconds left. They do have that freezer drop available, but in a 4 versus 5, Fury well and truly favored on site now for any kind of trade scenario. Drones still going out with such little time. I can't help but feel like this is just going to be a drop rush. Hope for the best play from Elevate. That's generally not what they've been like this stage, but it may still work when you've got Onigiri on the DMR. Big kill onto Hajime. Oh, and they take out Lycolis swinging out of VIP. Just don't need to be giving away that kind of position. He got a little bit overzealous and he gets punished for it. Good position here from BG Man. Lance attack. No, there's going to be another one swinging in as well from White Stairs. No! What's going on? Dark gets 2. Elevate crumble. It's like the last round, but in reverse. Mark has to stick it and he can't. He knows he's being watched, stalked. Fury take the round. And a slow round from Elevate is their demise in the end.
Yeah, decent shutdown there from Fury. Although praise still has to be given to Elevate to get it so close in the end. Their push late was still quite effective. The VIP position shut down. And then BG Man playing that coffee door. You do not want to be playing that with anything other than a shotgun. Was fortunate enough to get one, but then traded out at range. Mark then left in a pretty unwinnable position. Perhaps could have tried to stick it. Probably should have stuck it. But in the 2 versus 1, Fury make good on that early round advantage. And will make Elevate pay for a rare mistake.
Big round win for Fury. Elevate started with that opening kill as well. All things considered. And taking DCH off the board straight away. That also forced the diffuser down outside in a bit of an odd position. 1-1 we go here on Cafe. A good start. And somewhat similar sort of rounds. I will say, though, the recurring theme is I think Fury, at the moment, edging out the middle and start of these rounds. When we look at round 1, then round 2, I think their defense so far has looked pretty good. Elevate only really breaking it apart at the end of the opening round, and obviously getting pretty close at the end of the last round, but just couldn't quite with the man disadvantage. So that's, for me, the concern moving forward for Fury for the rest of this half is, will they be able to deal with the onslaught when it comes? They can seemingly deal with them at the start, but at the end where it matters, Elevate's still on top.
Fury have been naturally improving in that department, one of the few teams to have any roster changes heading in to this final stage of the year. And typically a team that stays together longer will build that innate synergy, which is really critical late round, where often you don't have the time or the means to communicate absolutely everything that you want to or need to. You need to just have that feeling and that experience with your team to be able to pull off plays. And that's exactly what Elevate have shown us in the opening couple of Playdays. Over towards reading, though, for the 3rd round. Elevate, for the most part, have been getting pretty decent control around the map, whether that be vert or even horizontal. Decent ease thus far. At least they did in the 2nd round. This time, though, they'll be challenged up above, and we'll see how they deal with that. Mirror is in play. And there's mirror windows being used up above to monitor this push. Elevate will drone it out, but it's important that they're cleaner on this occasion and not give away a free pick like last round.
Yep. But, I mean, to be fair, there's only 90 seconds left in this round, so, I mean...
I love Cafe.
It's gone by, actually, pretty quick this particular round in terms of the starting phase as DCH makes his way to train, and rather freely as well. Might I add, got the kill onto Hajime just as we flicked away. That's the start that Elevate have needed off the back of that last round. I9 just barely surviving. But again, time will become a factor very, very quickly. 1 minute left. Advantage Elevate, and I9 low.
Elevate trying their best to negate that presence up above by going for a horizontal push through Train. Fury, off the back of that pick, have caught onto it. Then he guns trained in towards this fireplace position, but we know how good Elevate's executes are. They have the advantage this time. DCH still stalking.
Oh, what an angle from Lycolis. Dark, though, loses to Mr. Punch. Souls go out from Onigiri into that final push now with 30 seconds remaining. Dark does have diffuser. 90 position at the moment established through Elevate. Lycolis just sitting in laundry still. Spotlight stairs as well for the side of Fury. They have got some really good positions under lock and key. What an angle from Lycolis here, but it's Sapper from above. Drops down, traded immediately though. Fury still with numbers. Now on a 2 versus 2. Mark going for the plant. Who's going to make the play? It's Onigiri, of course it is. On the DMR. Now it's just the low HP I9, who probably doesn't want to be in a battle through the soft wall. Low health, but so is Mark. He did land a tag. Mark gets away behind the bomb chassis, gets the superior angle. Elevate once again, 3 rounds in a row. Just the superior team in the crunch.
And again, I find it very difficult to fault Elevate's opponents on this occasion. Fury, yes, they bled that early pick, but it was Elevate's ability to just read really well into the setup. They knew that Train was the weakness. They hit it really well. It negated the bulletproof cameras, the nitros, the vertical pressure up above. Basically, the entire plan for Fury got disrupted. Elevate, off the back of the entry, made things even easier for themselves, and it's just as clinical as even in that 2v2. Onigiri, reading 90, he had the perfect cross, he was always going to win those duels, and that's exactly what he did. It's another great round from Elevate, 2-1 on the first rotation, so not too bad for an attacking side. And to be completely frank, I'm expecting this to lean slightly defender-sided with Azami in play, Mirror in play. I don't think there's too many excuses for the defense to not get 2 rounds per rotation, and Fury have failed on this occasion.
I think Cafe, just in its nature, is always probably going to lean towards the defenders, even in the current meta.
5 seconds remaining.
In saying that, though, when we do look back to last week, Elevate did find 4 attacking rounds. They have some strength on this map. 9, risky position here at Bakery. Might just find one. Might also give away his life. Oh, had he just been watching that angle, he would have got the kill onto Mr. Punch, but ifs and buts aren't going to get you the kills. But I like this, though. Oh, must stop providing a little bit of that visual cover. But I like this from I9. I like this from Fury. It has worked out in some rounds, but not the majority of them. Obviously, we saw them get an opening kill, something similar in the second round. But again, aggressive positioning. Top red stairs down for I9. Everywhere that Elevate looking for an entry. And it's not going to hit the mark, though. They're too good for that to fall for Nitro Cell through top red hatch.
I don't mind that too much from I9. Yes, the Nitro goes to waste, but we've seen them in the pockets of dead players in the past, so you may as well use it at some point. And the philosophy from Fury is not bad. They know if they lose an early pick, the chances of winning the round, of course, naturally against any team go down dramatically, but the state Elevator in, I'd almost go as far as to label it unwinnable. Chances are less than 10% if you lose that early pick, the way that Elevators are setting themselves up for executes time and time again and then being able to produce results. So don't mind it too much. Doesn't net anything. We'll see how much time Fury can waste. This is already feeling faster than the last upstairs attack. Still half the round to go. Elevate are finally getting boots on the ground. Last time, if my memory serves me correctly, didn't feel like they had much control until about 45 seconds to go.
Yeah, control has actually been somewhat of an issue in this match for Elevate, but even through the lack of control, they're still finding ways to engage on site and win out those battles. Big factor of that, Sapper and Onigiri are both just switched on. The 2 best players really on this team. The punch cord a little bit here, looking to just try and push into that default position. And they trading bullets, but only for health. No life or death happening there. Minute left, and Onigiri, oh, 3P. I9. Just not in the best position. Full white doesn't matter for Onigiri. Elevate push into sight. And they will be winning this round. They'll be taking a 3-1 lead. Barring an absolute collapse here. Yeah, they've got this one under lock and key. Like Colas stuck in cocktail. He is surrounded. He is being hunted down. Even the drone is after him. In a 1 versus 5, Mark will get the plant down. Elevate will get the round win. A flawless round at that. It started with Onigiri. It ends with Onigiri. He is a difference maker.
That, to me, encapsulates a team that knows how to attack. If anyone at home wants to know how to attack in Rainbow Six, especially against competent defenders who are roaming, just watch that round back. There is so much to take away from it. The Oryx, they're under so much pressure. The information from Elevate, absolutely spotless. They knew exactly where that player was, yet they didn't rush in, try and find a pick. They timed it well. They countered the vert. Onigiri hits a really nice shot on the Fury defenders trying to protect the Oryx. Now, arguably the Oryx probably should have been a little bit proactive and maybe even a player down white, for example. I don't know, offer a little bit of support. But it is, again, difficult to fault Fury. That was just clinical from Elevate, step by step, going through the process and just snowballing that round. To me, this is honestly feeling more convincing than the Tide game at the moment. It's still relatively early days. We're yet to see Elevate on the defense, but I've got to say I'm very, very happy for Elevate with what I'm seeing at the moment. They are, again, playing like a top team.
Last time these 2 teams played on Cafe against each other, 31st of July, 6-8 win for Elevate. It was hotly contested and somewhat similar bands as well, but look, Elevate right now, their form in APAC South is clearly the best it's probably ever been. And what happens outside of APAC South, obviously the Operation League, is not something you want to play bad at, guys, but it's not APAC South. It hasn't got a major on the line. This is Elevate's focus, their primary focus, and on a different level here. Hard to see them dropping this game. Fury need to win this round. Kitchen Cooking unlocks after it being their only round win that they've had so far. They must get this to 3-2 if they're going to have any hope of taking this map.
That is one hell of a shield setup from Fury. No one even playing it. I guess it absorbs some util, but the main setup behind Cupcake, as you would expect. Still 2 minutes to go in the round. Elevate have sped up proceedings gradually over the course of this map, and Cafe can be one where it takes a little bit to warm into. Expecting the pacing, though, to ramp up once more. Sapper, it's again on the Monty. That's Hajime. This is the Nitro. Some nerves setting in here for Fury, making mistakes. You cannot make mistakes.
That's the
DCH will shut you down. Again, finds an entry. Hajime now for the trade, doesn't land the shots. Again, jittery. And now he's isolated.
Yeah, and that's unfortunately now trying to make up for a mistake, leads to another one, and it all just crumbles.
It's over.
That opening kill, opening up the front door for Elevate to just walk straight in through Bakery, and once that Bakery position is vulnerable, the Montaigne can push into prep, can push into sight, and it's just all GG, like this round is. Elevate really just starting to pull away from Fury, and maybe just pulling away from the entirety of this league. Looking to go for 3 wins in a row to go to 9 points to be well and truly clear on top. Remember, guys, this is 1v2 on the standings at the moment. Timeout Fury.
And they need to. The only way Fury salvage this game is if they go 4-2. I do not see a world in which a 5-1's recoverable. And again, I anticipate defense to be slightly favored, a 2-1 rotation. So they need to find the round here, Fury. Their match on the line. Maybe even the stage. They're still in the running if they lose this in regulation, of course, but makes things difficult if other teams around them have a good day. So they know that the stakes are high. But not to focus too much here on Fury because, to be honest, they're not playing particularly poorly. It's just Elevate. They are at the centerpiece of this game. One of my biggest vices with Cafe is the pacing, right? It can be so slow, so tedious, and it was for maybe the first round or two, but Elevate have completely ramped it up. Really liked that last round, cleared any utility they needed to, get DCH on entry, he finds a player sleeping, then get the Monty in. It's pretty standard, straightforward stuff, but they're doing it really well. And they're a team that excels at it. They're a team that are excelling at it, especially here in the third stage. And I do not see them slowing down.
There was a period in the second half of Tide v Elevate last week, the opening half of that second half, where Tide were able to get a couple of attacking round wins themselves against Elevate, and their defense, to be honest, did not look as good as their attack. Elevate's attack so far, both weeks of Cafe, has looked very, very clean, precise, methodical, utilizing time. They don't rush themselves. If it does go down the last 20, 30 seconds, that's fine with them. They'll trade. They'll back themselves in, especially with Onigiri on the DMR. Zappa as well, 6-2. And so the question for me is, if Fury close out this round here, bring it 4-2, is Elevate's defense going to be just a little bit vulnerable to the point where maybe Fury can bring it back to 4-4, somewhat similar to what Tide was able to achieve last week? That's, for me, the win condition now for Fury moving forward. Have to win this round, have to bank on Elevate having a rather sloppy second half. So, Lycolas gets an opening kill here in the 6th, as happened basically in the second round, the only round that Fury have won. So big early advantage on reading Fireplace, 5v4. Must win round now for Fury.
It's so important to stress that this round is critical. Don't want to discount Fury out from the entire match just yet. Elevate on the back foot. They didn't look great last time on that attack downstairs. They lost an early man. See how they go this time. Vertical pressure good once more. That hasn't been much of an issue. It's going to really come down to a player like Mr. Punch, for example. On Vert, maybe Mark. Find a pick. Elevate must bring this back to a 4 versus 4 to really excel their chances of being able to win this round. The question will be, does Fury give that opportunity? There are roamers up above, and Elevate will be looking to contest.
Especially when you take into account the fact that Elevate are rather precise with their attack, but understanding that they're down a player, they do have to move a little bit more swiftly, take out that 90 cam, get into mining Eventually get that train control as well, and basically end up trying to emulate the way that they attacked this last time, which they did so successfully in that third round. This is Elevate's strength, though. They get into their positions, and then they strike. Largely, once again, ignoring above. Fury still playing these positions, though. Mark now looking to open up this train wall. 55 seconds left.
And using that reading drone hole. Seen that previously. Good information. Elevate need to find the pick, though. They want to be able to win this round. Fury doing a great job just holding down the line. Not exposing themselves and dark pounces.
I think Fury pounce now for the win as well this round. It looks as if that 4-2 half will eventuate. Similar to Tide and Elevate last week. Nade, it's okay, but it's not enough. And then DCH loses his life anyway to I9. The only Mark now on a 1 versus 5. But White stares and immediately dies out to BG Man. A flawless round to end the half. For Fury, they needed it. They desperately needed it. It might not be enough, though. It would have to end up being an attacker-sided Cafe, which we probably estimate not to be. Still, give themselves a chance.
Siege is a funny game. It was only 4 minutes ago where we're raising the question as to whether or not Fury can keep their head above water, and now a potential victory or even overtime re-enters the conversation.
Attackers need to locate and defuse the bomb.
But we're entering the unknown. We guess, we anticipate a slightly defender-sided game. For example, APAC North sits at 51% defender win rate, and the bans to me suggest it should lean towards the defense, but not everything that should happen does happen, especially in APAC South. So we'll hold that thought for now. Mirror in play. Some really, really interesting setup here from Sapper. One over towards that mining corridor and anticipating the second up above in washrooms. That's to directly counter any horizontal play here. Fury, maybe forcing their hand elevator, trying to do. Send them up above.
5 seconds to go.
Maybe where they're in their element a little bit more.
Attackers are heading out to the
But what does Fury have now on the attack? Second half. Challenger v the champions, and the champions right now lead. So far have clearly been the more dominant and better team, but as you said, guys, Siege can be funny at times, and these momentum swings can be so crucial. Off the back of a timeout, Fury win the final round of the half, sets them up here to start this second half, and if their attack, well, is going to be somewhat chaotic and fast, similar to what we saw from Tide last week, it may just work. Think back to last week on Cafe. What gave Tide their success was fast pace, chaos, cause confusion. Don't play into that standard style of Siege that Elevate want to play. Give them something different. Something that they can't predict and play into.
BG man with the Roteros, an important job with mute band out.
Oh, this is so aggressive.
Dark now with the creep. Sees a player cocktail.
He's in. They've got no idea. He's gone all the way. This is something different. So much information. Should get the free kill. Oh, the timing! He saw the foot of Mark standing up. Repositioned to the crosshair in anticipation of said position, only for Mark to drop back down, that being the difference maker. I9 makes the exact same rotate. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Mark goes down this time to I9, and then he gets a second. The positioning's perfect, but missed the punch. Swing, shotgun. Now 3 versus 3. Oh, what an angle from BG, man. And Fury again have the advantage. Do they hold on to it this time, though? We'll see. Minute left, but it's a fast-paced Fury. Something we didn't really see as much from Elevate.
Elevate probably could have forfeited up above. The buck was down. BG man with another. DCH has been good this game, but now he needs to find 3 picks. 45 seconds for the attack.
I've already put this one down as a Fury round win. Don't make me look silly here, DCH. 40 seconds, though. Time he does have, but not a lot of it. Fuser in the hand of Lycolis. Makes go out. Oh, he'll get one here. That's a freebie.
Oh,
That's
no.
the Fuser down, but there's the trade from Hajime. And that is a quick fire trade. We'll get the beautiful reaction. Oh, my days. Straight into the smoke. You love to say that. That's game sense, game awareness, and understanding as to where your opponent is going to be. 4-3 is the score line now. And yeah, that's that peak from Dark. He played that well, Guz. It's just unfortunate that Mark dropped down as he pushed back.
Look, Siege is a funny game, but it's probably one of the more cruel games you can play as well. Decent response from Elevate, trying to find trades. Mr. Punch, though, extended his visit a little bit too long. Left DCH ultimately in that 1 versus 3. A position in which he was realistically never going to win. Now Fury, they make a statement. They didn't even get the opening pick that time. And again, Elevate making some good trades. That's a very, very positive round for Fury.
The intriguing thing for me is just the manner in which Fury sort of attack into Elevate, sending the player creeping through bar, you know, trying to create rather than establish. And when we look at the attack for Elevate, it's establish. That's the sort of the word for them. Establish control, establish position, establish objectives. For Fury, it's create. Create an opportunity, sneaking onto site, trying to find that opening kill. So it's a difference in the way that both teams are sort of wanting to unlock these sites here. Onigiri, well, he's trying to just find a freebie, not to be. And it's somewhat, you know, what we sort of spoke about last week with Tide in the way that they were attacking Elevate. And I think we got to a 4-4 scoreline. We were like, hang on a second. Elevate's struggling with dealing with ranked gameplay, which is essentially what Tide sort of brought out. Eventually, they took their time out. They dealt with it, as a top team usually does. And I'm almost getting that sense of deja vu here, especially if Fury win this 8th round. I would say what will follow is an Elevate timeout and then dealing with it and understanding what they need to do to adjust. It's almost carbon copy of last week.
Elevate did win out, though, on that occasion, ultimately. So it's not alarm bells and sirens just yet for Elevate, but makes the game interesting nonetheless. So great for us. Like I said before, Cafe can be mundane at times, but Elevate showing that they can produce entertaining games nonetheless. Fury looking for control now, over towards Red Stairs. Pretty heavily contested from Elevate back in Lounge. No one on that repel to the south, so DCH can roam freely, but Dark is good for 2. Lines them up. Much better than last round, and Elevate in the dirt.
Yeah. But again, it's that same kind of concept where there's that firepower, there's that attack into Elevate's defense, and it just seemingly works. If you take your time and you play into the strategy and the positioning, Elevate will come out ahead. Have to keep the foot on the pedal here if you're Fury for the remainder of this half, even off the back of a timeout that I assume will be following this 8th round if Elevate cannot bring it back. 3v5, so difficult. The one good thing, Washroom's position still in the control of Elevate with a minute left. So that's still a big power play position that has to be won. I9 just finds a kill. It's Onigiri, though. Forget the power position. Sapper's not even on site. Mr. Punch is in Cocktail in a 2 versus 5. Just don't have the positions. They don't have the numbers. I don't think they have a chance here. I smell 4-4. It's brewing, Guz. It's in the kitchen. You can smell it from here. Unless Mr. Punch goes big, and he does it, and they were already on site. They were already surrounding him. Where's that timeout, Elevate? Come on. Show it to Daddy.
Oh.
Oh, well, now it's
I don't know who Daddy is. It's definitely not me.
Well, it's not you. That's me. Definitely me. They don't call it though, guys. All right. So okay, I went in. I put all my chips in, all in on the Elevate timeout off the back of that round. Can you at least back me up and say the pro should have taken it? Because this is looking a little bit scary now. 3 rounds in a row.
They took it late last time and it worked out. I have faith in Laxing, right? He's been around the scene as long as anyone. So I'm going to put faith in him. If it was me, probably. But I think Elevate have to have a second crack here at the site. Try and get something on this early rotation. It's been very concerning though. Fury, smell blood in the water. And we set the expectations, you know, we look at the numbers, we look at the form guide, we look at the operator bands, we look at the map, and we go, this should be Elevate edging out. Of course, it's first versus second, so we're not expecting a huge victory here for Elevate, but it should be a win nonetheless. Yeah. Fury currently subverting those expectations. Potentially still a while to go in this match, but credit to them. Really putting in a good battle, and if they end up getting the lead here, we'll see what Elevate's responses.
I will say something that Fury have done this week that Tide did not do last week is win 3 in a row. So they've been able to establish that. We were at the exact same position though last week, guys. It was 4-4, Tide Elevate. And as sometimes it generally goes, you get to 4-4, you think you got a close game, and then bam, one team just wins 3 in a row. And that's exactly what Elevate did from here. I do believe they did take the timeout at 4-4. I could be wrong on that. Maybe they took it at 5-4 after they won the round. I can't quite recall. But ultimately, Elevate were able to close out even after Tide had won 4 of the last 6 rounds. At the moment, for Fury, they've won, obviously, the last 3 rounds in a row. So somewhat different, but same.
Okay, Daddy.
Well, obviously, one thing that Fury need to keep doing, though, is keep up the pressure, right? They need to keep being aggressive. They need to keep trying to find kills early in these rounds. Don't bring it down to the last 30, 40 seconds. That's going to play into Elevate's game. In saying that, knowing that, of course, Elevate may look to get into more aggressive positions here. But again, look at how swift Dark moves. They don't hesitate. They don't waste time. Spray a little bit iffy, but it's fine. The end result is exactly what he was after, and he finds it onto Sapper, who's gone suddenly very cold. Very, very cold indeed. 6 and 6 now from a 6-2 start. They get rid of Onigiri. The 2-star man for Elevate are exploding at the moment. They're going supernova, courtesy of Fury. But Mark with a big kill onto I9 might just hold that momentum. Big swing, doesn't come off, got to get the trade and does. Still, advantage for Fury in a 3 versus 2, a chance to take the lead against Elevate.
Minute to go, the pace slows. Missed punch over towards top white. Mark with the pixel underneath the drop. Good cross. Elevate with good positions, but a man down. Fury can trade this out. Play on the skylight as well, smokes in hand. Fury might go for another smoke exit.
It does quiet down though. It probably does help out Elevate. What feels like maybe the first time in this second half, there is a bit of quiet, a bit of peace. Next kill, so important. I can't help but feel that even a kill the way of Elevate here might just give them the advantage. How does Lycolis survive both nades? He was already so low on health. 20 seconds left. He'll go back and try and get that plant down. I think you've got to get BG Man a little bit more forward, playing a little too far back at the moment. Mark, obviously wary of that drop down as well from the skylight. He sees the drop, punch gets Lycolis. There goes BG Man. It's falling apart, it's falling to pieces. Hajime into red time here. Does he have time to find the kill? No, he does not. Elevate have won the round, guys. Elevate have won from seemingly nowhere. They still won away from Fury. Fury looked head and shoulders above in this round, and it didn't matter because when it came down to crunch time, Elevate rose to the occasion.
2 key takeaways for me from that round. One, I think I have underestimated the ban phase here. The mute ban from Fury is doing them a whole world of good on these attacks. The roamers from Elevate are having an awful time. You can see just how many yellow pings and how many drones are flying around. So much for Elevate to manage, so props to Fury, they're abusing that well. Secondly, Hajime on the skylight. Man, what are you doing? The answer, nothing. The smoke's too late, didn't hit the mark. You're on skylight, you're not watching anything, you're not having an impact. Fury did not play into their man advantage. Elevate had no right winning that round. Their positions ultimately weren't that great if Fury sent it and actually traded it properly. Instead, they went for a half-fake Texi. Didn't work out well, and they do a good job in eventually closing it out. 5-4 the scoreline. Elevate finally getting a round in the second half.
Yeah, and all the credit there, obviously, for Elevate going into that round. They don't take the timeout. They back themselves in. It still was all Fury in terms of momentum at the start of the round, guys. They got the opening kills. They were pushing in. They were swinging, but it just slowed. And when it slowed, that favored.
I think Xenox may have lagged out of me, ladies and gentlemen. Oh no, he might be back. I don't know. Xenox, hello.
I'm everywhere, mate.
Oh, there you are. I look over and you're frozen in time. But you may have been taken aback by how good Fury.
Maybe I just wasn't moving.
Elevate. Yeah, you were very still. You were very, very still. Anyway, we move forward. Mark now, he won't want to be standing still. Roaming in Cigar Lounge. Pressure from the buck down red hatch. I made comment last round about the droning from Fury. It has been relentless. It has been efficient. And the entries from Fury, namely Dark, have been having one hell of a field day. farming up Elevate on the roam, which is a sentence you won't often hear said. This time, though, not quite the same. With 2 minutes to go, the pacing has slowed.
Rough game for Hajime so far, 1 and 6, but it's not all about the KD at times. In fact, that one kill that he did find was a massive trade. Helped secure a round not too long ago. Close to 90 seconds
again.
left. I9 goes for the creep, but guess what? This time they've learned. They have learned. They will have no shame on them now. The frost mat will be the demise of I9. They did it too many times, guys, to get through once more. Dark says, well, okay, well, that's one frost mat gone. Surely there's not a second upwards through. And he may yet just still go for a little roam through bar. Well, Fury are very, very thirsty. They just want to drink. Hajime will get free intel with that Rotero. Dark will swing off that surely. No. Bit of pressure to the right of him. Now he swings into backstore. No one here. He wants an even better angle. Bit of damage as well to Mr. Punch. Well played from Dark. Patience is a virtue. 48 seconds left in this 10th round. A critical round. But they lost BG, man, at the same time.
Elevate edging towards map point. It's been messy for Fury, but Dark's still alive. Probably the best player on the side of Fury in this map so far. Mark pushed back, good util. No one on the window though, the find, pick. Control though, forfeited. Like Colas now. Oh, that's nice. That's on a Geary shutdown, slap down. Don't often see that. Control up above now for Fury, but only 15 seconds remains.
Time. The biggest factor now, the biggest thing against Fury. Elevate are still in really good positions as well to throw one more sort of counter punch as well. As Mark falls down, he actually falls down for good. Big kill from Hajime. Maybe the best time to stand up here, but he can't check behind. Dark loses out to Sapper, pushes in looking for that default plant, but it's actually Lycolis elsewhere. And Sapper's maybe just lost a little bit of control of this game. What are you looking at, Hajime? What are you looking at? You're looking at a round win for Fury. Oh, timing is everything, the aim of the game. And suddenly Fury tie it up one more time, 5-5, but this moment is something I9 would not want to look back to.
Yeah, I couldn't help but laugh. The amount of impactful Frostmat picks we have seen in APAC South this year is ridiculous. Fury, though, doing a good job to steady the ship a little bit. And then a millisecond perfect plant for Lycolis. Gets off it just in time. Elevate probably began cheering, thinking that kill would be rewarded, but it wasn't. And Fury, much like they did in round 6 where they needed a round, they do it again. Just keeping their head above water, just applying enough pressure to Elevate to see those cracks emerge.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably the best way to sort of phrase it, right? Are there those cracks emerging? And I think the answer is yes. You take into account the overall picture here, that it's now 4 of the last 5 rounds have gone the way of Fury. A little bit of control being established for what is an attacker-sided Cafe Guz. How times have changed. Once the snooze fest of almost guaranteed 4-2 defensive halves, maybe even 5-1, have now changed to largely a lot of success for attackers. Oh, and by the way, this time, Elevate will finally call timeout.
And I've also just seen Relaxing as well. I'm interpreting his tweet as he has lost his internet connection, or he did lose it. I'm assuming it's back now if he's talking to them during the timeout. Hopefully we can get some clarity on what exactly has happened there soon. But a good opportunity for Elevate to use that timeout they had pocketed. Very similar vibe to that Tide match again, where the scores are close. And Elevate sensing the importance of match point. Again, if you're maybe new to CG Sports, you still get awarded at least 1 point if you push a game to overtime. 6-6 is the scoreline in which it does go forward to OT. So essentially the team that wins this next round at least banks something. And we have seen Fury, probably the best example of a team that loses so many games, 7-5, in which if they push them to overtime, they'd find themselves in much better positions in the standings. So Fury know what it's like to be in this position.
Remembering, of course, no playoffs, no finals. It's just 6 best of ones to make it to the major. Every match so important when it comes to these points.
Attacker's objective is
The winner of this round will have a chance to get all 3. The loser will not. And provided Fury win this game, Guz, in regulation, they will go to top spot on the standings after 3 play days. They will go above Elevate. And they will have the head-to-head against Elevate. Potentially later on in the stage, Dark's going to land a second, and he does! The entries from Dark this game have been on point. He cracks double digits. Fury edging closer to the potential upset of the stage. The undefeated Elevate. Plus 9 round differential after 2 play days. Elevate. The team that almost looked assured as keeping that #1 position for the entire stage might just give it up after 3 play days.
The Monty as well being used to great effect. We've seen Elevate use it on their attacks down below. Can they counter it? So far, it's been a resounding no. Dark has been good. He has been really, really good. He's had a couple of moments, a couple of shaky moments here or there, but cannot understate the impact he's had in this match. Typical players from Elevate, you would expect to be strong on the entry, struggling to respond. Fury now can relax for a little bit. Get the fundamentals down pat.
Is that what they want, though? I don't know if that's actually what they want. The last time things slowed down for them, they lost the round from a seemingly winnable position. Get moving. Force the issue early. And yet, this is perfect. With Montang as well in play, you can, of course, get a little bit more of that information. Dark, so low on health. Has to be careful, of course, but they do find a kill onto DCH anyway. Surely they can't lose it from here. And even I9 gets in on the party, gets in on the fun. Fun for Fury, a flawless round. And now they have the chance to get all 3 points. And what would be arguably the biggest win that this team has seen for a long time, Guz. Maybe all year long. Match point, Fury.
Huge round from Fury. Didn't look like they were going to lose it from that opening phase. Quick 2K. Rolled it on very nicely with the Monty pressure. At least 1 point banked for Fury. Elevate. Back foot for the first time this stage. Looking to edge out for an OT. Fury subverting expectations in this match. He looked poised for yet another Elevate victory. The team that has looked so difficult to beat all stage have looked great overseas as well. Now they're struggling. Fury have played out of their minds in this match so far, and they will be hungry to close it in regulation.
10 seconds left.
The question is, though, closeout time. Fury, how often have they been in this kind of position, Guz? Not often is the answer. Generally, they're the team that loses 7-5. They're not able to force the OT. Well, here's their chance now to put the shoe on the other foot and to close it out 7-5 in their favor. To collect the 3 points, to go top of the standings after 3 play days. They play GG next week. And I'll say after that, then they've got a break. So you win this, you beat GG, and you have got 1 foot heading to the major. I'm saying it there.
Yep.
It's in front of you. Chance, a really big one. And for Elevate now, it's all about damage limitation here. You can't get the 3, but you can still get 2. You get 2, that's 8 points from 3 games. That's pretty darn good. A lot to fight for.
They'll lose their title of the flawless run thus far. But they will well and truly keep their major aspirations alive. A loss here won't shatter them, but it certainly makes things interesting. BG man with the drop.
Oh, there's
Pressure
a shoulder
in
peeking.
shot. The shots don't land for either player though, but there's so many pings. So much information available here to Fury. Again, playing nicely into that mute ban. Can they play off it? Can BG hit the shot he does through the wall and marks down?
I think it's happening. You can almost just sense the belief building in Fury. The realization of how far this team has come from stage 1 to stage 2 and its improvements. to stage 3 where they now contest and contend. A minute and 15 seconds away from glory. 3 points of glory against their rivals. But the job's not done yet. Not when Onigiri and Sapper are still alive. They've gone quiet in this game, guys, as the game has gone on, but they're always a factor. BG Man finds a second, must win this one, Mr. Punch, and does. Takes down Dark. He is stoppable after all. 50 seconds left. Fury still with a one-man advantage.
And still farming information. 5 drones up. It has been the story of this half so far. Fury having information, but then being able to action on it. This isn't the Fury we've known from the past. This is a completely rejuvenated roster. And they are 30 seconds away from being able to close out this match. It's another flank. Mr. Punch forced to go for a play like Colas elsewhere. Mr. Punch on drone now needs to move.
This is what dreams are made of, taking down your arch rivals to ascend into the top position of your league, and they will just about do it. Sapper, headshot to Hajime, got a second one, but it's not enough to stop them. Nothing can seemingly stop Fury at the moment. They take top spot away from Elevate. And to the namesake of their opponents, they themselves elevate into top position of APAC South.
What a moment for Fury. Their rivals for the longest time have fallen here in APAC South. A regulation win, no less. And Fury now in that top position. Still can't believe those words are spluttering out of my mouth. I certainly didn't expect it going in. I definitely did not expect it at the end of that first half, but winning that 6th round for Fury proved to be critical. They just rolled that momentum through and they played so well into their bans. I don't think I have seen a team play this map that well with a mute ban on the board. Farmed so much information and elevates top players, absolute best players, not only here in the league, but some of the best in the world could not counter it. So full props to Fury. And now, wow, they are a serious player for the top 2. And the whole league now is just all that more competitive.
All I will say is 12 rounds of Siege played on Cafe. Defenders only won 3 times. Make of that as you will. And maybe the desk can make something of that, please. Daddy Rob, break it down for me.
No worries, Papa Jake. My pleasure, my friend. What a matchup that was, Mandy. I mean, honestly, I thought after the first half, those first 5 rounds were so convincing, but Fury, after round 6, they just turned into another beast.
Yeah, absolutely. I was pretty shocked at how that entire game went. I was very convinced by the Elevate attack. I thought they absolutely had nailed it. And then as soon as Fury started attacking, I was like, hang on a moment, I9 has just taken a page out of Sapper's book. He goes entry when he wants to, he gets the AS license, but then he also brings along the Monty. And I think that overall the Fury attack was very strong in the early rounds, and Elevate, they weren't giving them the respect that they deserved by playing such a forward roam hold, and they never fell back from it. They just relentlessly took the fights, and well, Fury, they're so good at these openings.
Dev, we said coming into this game that the last result we saw between these two teams in a domestic league we had to take with a grain of salt. What do you take away from this match?
Well, you can't give any excuses to Elevate here. This was Fury's game through and through. And yeah, I was the one saying, oh, how much can we read into the Operation League?
Yep.
I guess you can read a lot because Fury have doubled down here. In particular, Dark just on those opening kills.
Yep.
An absolute menace. There were 2 rounds where he found a double opening kill as well, where he made it a 5v3 for his team really early on. And yeah, just unstoppable, weren't they? It came down to a lot of really good opening kills. It came down to some phenomenal attacks, like you were saying, Mandy. In Stage 2, Cafe was 56% defender win rate. And in this game, only 25% defender win rate. This was an attacker's game through and through. And Fury, to win 5 out of 6 attacks on Cafe is incredibly impressive.
Well, I guess that's probably a huge talking point, Mandy. You know, like the fact that we are seeing Cafe turn so attacker-sided in APAC South. I mean, is that a sign of the times, or is that just a sign of APAC South?
I personally think it's a sign of the times. I think that attacker repick has really played into the hands of both these Thai teams and the way that they play, especially just in general, bringing along the right hard breach that you need and the right tools that you need for the early rounds, I think was a big thing that both these teams utilize. For example, every single time we saw the ground floor being paid, that kitchen bomb site, we saw Monty being brought out both times by both teams. And as a result, it always opened up bakery, that type of thing, right? Every time that you can bring along the right tool to make your early round work, it seems to translate into a round win.
I mean, this is just absolutely ridiculous. I'm not going to lie. We all thought that there was a possibility they were going to be able to take the fight to them, but they have done more than that. And it's time to hear from the horse's mouth. It's time to bring Lycolis directly into this conversation. My friend, we spoke to you 7 days ago saying, what were you going to do to upset Elevate? Since then, you have beaten them domestically, and now you have beaten them on one of the biggest stages that you can compete in. What has happened here? How is this unfolded? You looked dominant.
I think it's just I would say about our defense first. I think it didn't go as like we planned it to play on the defense. You can see that we only got 2 rounds out of like 6. At first we thought that we can like take off like the different round. Maybe we can like gain more round. Maybe 3-3 tie score or 4-2 if like pretty good. But well, it was just like destroying us on the defense. So at least we like take 2. And then after we switch to the attack, I think it's come down to like how they set up the play and how we play. They're like, I would say that they their strategy was like the same as the like most of the team, and what they are doing are like predictable. Unlike some team like Gladiator, when we're playing against them, you can see that if we like give them a gap or like some space, they always take it and try to like create something crazy or regress, but it's worked for them. But for Elevate, on if we can like win most of the opening kills, which we can today, they will play more like a passive play instead of like aggressive. Yeah, so I think that's what's happening today. We got a lot of opening kill on the attack and give us like advantage to like push forward.
One of the big conversations that was had both, between the casters and on the desk is kind of the, the impact that mute ban ended up having. Can you give us any insight into that?
Can you move your mic a little bit? Your sound.
Hey, Lycolis, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah, better.
Yeah, better.
Yeah, no, that's okay. That's okay. I've got to ask you here, the mute ban that we saw. What are we seeing from that? Because obviously, you were saying the opening kills were a massive part of that game. Did that at all come into, the conversation prior to the game?
Yeah, it's come to. We have practiced with this ban every day within this last week. Because when I would say that as an attacker on carpet, it's literally just come down to you have to opening the kill. It was I would say that I practiced this game for like many years in this and cafe on the piano side was like one of the most like thing that I have to do as a like attacker. Even though we practice every day, it's like it's just up to the timing. I think I have to say that I cannot like be consistent of taking control of piano without like lost any casualty at all. So with mute out, it's helped us to like easier to drone because mute on that particular area really like block all the like drone to like go in. So I think with mute out, it's like more easy for us to like have a chance to like drone for more info. So we have to stick with that plan. And for Hibana ban, we banned it because like we thought on defense maybe we can like impact trick the ace more easier because there's no way someone going to play termite and drop and open the breach. That's what we thought.
Jeez, big brain, and it works out, my friend. You've just defeated what has been an unbelievable team in APAC South for so long, almost undefeated for some time. But we'll always give you the floor here, Lycolis. It has been a tremendous night for you and the team, and obviously a tremendous week. Is there anything you'd like to say to the people at home, maybe the fans, the viewers?
Yeah, I would say that thank you, Zoira, for every Thai fan or other like foreign. I hope you continue to support our team, Fury, and like watch us play every Playday. That's just make me happy. And I hope you share us for like have a chance for a major because at least we have like 0.05% to the 6 invites. So I hope you continue to watching us. See you.
My friend, you are more than one step closer to potentially going to the November Major. This is absolutely massive. We want to say a big congratulations on your victory, but we wish you the best of luck in your match next week. For everyone at home, you do not want to go anywhere. Keep your butts on your seats, because when we come back, it's Direwolves taking on the Gladiators.
And I wanna see where the day's gonna go when the sun is high. No reason why, high in the sky, just myself and I. It's me in the clouds. Can nothing get me down. I've been living well and taking my time. Wake up early, see the sunrise. Listen to the voice singing deep inside. Catch me in the clouds. Can nothing get me down. I'm about to drive them crazy. 'Cause I'ma do what I want. And I feel so amazing. 'Cause I'm saving up all my love. Saving it up, baby, 'cause I'm the one. Got a lot of places to go, and I know that I got to be free on my own. Yeah, I'm in control. And I wanna see how my life's gonna look when it's up to me. Doing it well, nobody else, 'cause I got myself, so it's me in the clouds. Can nothing get me down. I've been living well and taking my time. Wake up early, see the sunrise. Listen to the voice singing deep inside. Catch me in the clouds. Can nothing get me down. I'm about to catch me in the clouds. Can nothing get me down. I'm about to drive them crazy. 'Cause I'ma do what I want. And I feel so amazing. 'Cause I'm saving up all my love. I'm the one. I'm about to drive them crazy. 'Cause I'ma do what I want. Yeah. And I feel so amazing. 'Cause I'm saving up all my love. Saving it up, baby, 'cause I'm the one.
I've been putting in the mileage. I've been playing out of pocket. Yeah, been a while since I lost my shit. Cracking smile 'cause I'm on it. So wanna wait for love to change. As long as I'm ahead of yes.
Time to bring some of the biggest Giga Brains in the game here, and Xenox. Welcome back to the broadcast for everyone that may have either rejoined us throughout that little break or maybe decided to get off their butts for a second. But I'm glad that they're planted firmly back in the seat because this is a matchup that you do not want to miss. It is Direwolves taking on the Gaming Gladiators. A lot of storylines here, but Guz, probably the biggest storyline for me has just been the consistency that Gaming Gladiators have had since the start of this year.
Yeah, GG have really picked it up. They were a team that were often on the outskirts of many serious discussions, you know, contending to be one of the best teams in APAC, but they've stepped it up. Of course, second stage, they headed off to the major as well. Didn't make too many inroads, but I mean, that's the APAC first international appearance curse, right? You're not really expected to do all that much. The thing they have done, though, is gain a lot of knowledge, information, and hopefully confidence as well to bring back here for APAC South, and keen to see how much damage they can do. I think Direwolves are a little bit weakened at the moment, probably not the peak of their powers compared to perhaps some other teams in the league. So a good opportunity for GG to strike while the iron's hot and try to get some points on some of the top competition, which is now really starting to excel ahead.
Well, Tolji is meditating at the moment.
He's doing a Xenox impression.
He is.
He's
trying to. He's trying to. Xenox, what do you make of this roster? Do you give them any merit?
GG, do I give them any merit? Of course I give them a whole heap of merit. I mean, geez, what kind of question is that? These guys are great.
You know, I'm hosting, mate. I've just got to poke the bear a little bit. And you are the bear after all. You're the daddy bear.
Yeah. Look, obviously, I think one thing we have to remember and keep in mind is that they obviously had their bye round. I guess that's what we're going to be calling it at the start of the stage. So they did not play in Playday 1. Came in on Playday 2 against what we maybe considered to be, you know, a wildcard team in some form after taking down Tide in Playday 1, and they just dealt with them so easily. It was honestly a little bit disrespectful. So they're in some really, really good form. They're going to be tough to stop, and I think when you look at this matchup against, you know, the Direwolves, who somewhat similar, you know, they took down Fury, who, lo and behold, are looking pretty good at the moment, and that was obviously in OT. Then Direwolves obviously had Playday 2 off. So we actually got the two teams that have, you know, have had their buys already, had their breaks already, that are now going to go head-to-head here for Playday 3. Makes it a little bit difficult to predict because we don't have as much of a sample size. But, you know, when you look back to, obviously, the likes of Stage 2, for example, we know that GG, you know, ended up sort of getting into that second position quite ahead of Direwolves. I think it was like 6-point gap in the end. So they've clearly almost gone above Direwolves after the Direwolves had themselves a really, really good Stage 1. So it makes it somewhat difficult to sort of predict where each other's going to be at. Can the Direwolves get back to Stage 1? Honestly, no. I don't think they're going to go 7-0 again. Not in the way that the current state of APAC is. But GG at the moment, just a little bit ahead. I did tip Direwolves, but I think Gaming Gladiators is the better team.
Very interesting. Well, I guess bridesmaid of Stage 2 versus bridesmaid of Stage 1, guys. We'll talk about Direwolves because this roster really just exceeded expectations in Stage 1. But as Xenox has already alluded to, just such a huge fall from grace, and it just doesn't seem like they've been able to recover. Is this a stage where they could potentially do so? I mean, they have beaten Fury, and we've seen Fury in the last two bloody Playdays absolutely demolish some of the best teams that we have.
Yeah, I mean, you say a huge fall from grace, but I think that's more so Direwolves set the expectation so ridiculously high after the first stage that ever matching it was basically impossible. So it's so difficult to still approach Direwolves with that positive sort of mindset, knowing that any step down is going to be rough for them. But the difficult thing for both of these teams really is having a decent form guide at all heading into this Playday. The ironic thing is both of these teams have had their buys in the first two Playdays, so they've only played a game each. So we really haven't gotten too much of a great read as to where these teams stand. They both, of course, got a win in the first of their games for the stage. Direwolves probably not quite as convincing, but knowing that it was against Fury now in retrospect, probably give it a little bit more weight than perhaps we did at the time. So this is a big match for both teams because whoever wins it, it really excels them again in the standings. And for Direwolves, they're going to be really hungry to get back to where they were in Stage 1.
Well, a big match only deserves a big map. It's time to have a look at the veto. Xenox, we know that you like to talk for entireties of graphics, so once the pick is eventually showcased, we can talk about that with a little bit more detail. I'm disappointed we don't see Bank, but we do go to the Morrigan, a map that saw a hell of a lot of play through 2021, has certainly died off since, but has just as much validity as it ever has.
Yeah, I thought you were going to say last week, because Last week, we actually saw it twice out of the 3
Yeah.
games. So, in fact, when you take into account last week and this week, so far, the only 2 maps we've played, Rob, in 5 games is Oregon and Cafe. Little Xenox fun fact there. Bet you didn't
2021,
see
is
that
that
one
you?
coming. Look, obviously, when it comes to Oregon, I feel like it's such a staple kind of map in APAC South. Does this favor any of the 2 teams? Maybe slight edge to Gaming Gladiators. You look at their sort of record on it, 5-4. Direwolves 2-4 with some rather damning statistics. One being their defensive win rate of 46%. Really, really low. It's a map that is pretty much tied for their most banned map as well. And considering they obviously got rid of Skyscraper, which is again surprising because they've got a 6-1 record on Skyscraper. So I'm a little bit perplexed. I'm a little bit confused. So much so, I'm going to throw to Guz and see if he's got anything on this.
Throwing me under the bus or throwing me
Well,
to
have you
talk?
got anything?
No, to be serious. The interesting thing, right, is Oregon makes it through despite it being the most, or equally most banned map against Direwolves. So there's clearly something that a lot of teams don't like about Direwolves on this map, despite that record, which is quite perplexing. And then you're right, the Skyscraper record for Direwolves is really, really impressive. 6 wins out of 7 maps. That's pretty damn good. Yet they don't want to take GG there, who, yes, have looked good 3-1 and have a banned against them quite a lot. But to me, suggesting that the Direwolves don't have complete confidence in this veto. But again, Oregon's a bit more of a staple map, so if they want a little bit more comfort, you can't really fault them for going to Oregon.
I guess there's probably only one part to that discussion, which is that we saw Direwolves take on Fury on Skyscraper, and that's maybe the only thing that I can think of, Xenox, that might have inclined Direwolves to move in the other direction. But as we usually do, we're going to get a bit of a prediction out of you here. Where are we leaning? Are you still leaning toward the Gaming Gladiators camp?
Yeah, I think on this map especially, I'd go Gaming Gladiators. The way I kind of framed this game is it was going to be a 50-50 game, and the map probably was going to play a part, 5-10% either way. And I think going to Oregon, I think Gaming Gladiators will be a little bit better.
Well, Guz, game's ready? Quickly?
Well, I'm a numbers man. Numbers point towards a GG win, so they should be taking it.
All right, well, it looks like we're in the GG camp. We'll have to wait and see what our casters think. It's over to Devin Mandy.
Cheers, Rob. Looks like a lot of support for Gaming Gladiators, but Direwolves haven't been too bad in Stage 3. Mandy, have any hope for them?
I would say a little bit of hope for the Direwolves. I think Oregon is going to be a tough one, especially with how Gaming Gladiators look on it at the moment, but still a little bit of hope for them.
Yeah, GG coming off the back of the major. Both these teams have had a bye, and Direwolves looking to return to a major. It's been a hot minute since Charlotte, but for GG, Berlin is fresh in their memories. We go to Oregon, and historically this has been a Gladiators map. The last time these 2 teams played was just at the end of July, and Gladiators took it in a close 8-6 on Oregon in the Operation League. Direwolves certainly have their work cut out for them.
They absolutely do, and the Game Gladiators, of course, starting off on the defense, will get the first ban. It will be Nook to be taken out. Ooh, already this game is very exciting. I want to see how Gaming Gladiators do on this defense, especially with that Nook ban coming through. I think that recently here in APAC, we've seen that Nook really be a thorn in the side of a lot of the defenses, and I think taking it out will make that Gaming Gladiators roam that they are very good at on this map much more fluent, easier to read into for the attack.
Well, my band as well, and the Ying too, so a lot of these X-Factor ops on the attacking side are banned out. Is the Mirror or the Valkyrie going to stay in, or perhaps both? That's the question on my lips. Valk goes out, Mirror is in. So this basement is going to be quite a different side to how we usually see it. You're not going to have any Ying dropping down through electrical. You will have those mirrors up. You won't be able to fortify your blue hold with Wamai discs, and you won't have any Nooks sneaking down anywhere. So still a lot on the table here. I'm going to take a moment, operator card appreciation. Loving the operator cards, guys. Very, very nice. Have a look at that. The Rogue one in the top left. You got a couple of Direwolves guys with the Direwolves background. We had the Rick and Morty background. We had that cool one in the bottom left that I saw last week. Man, good work, guys. Love it.
They got the drip in the server, you know?
Yeah.
These guys have got the drip over us. They definitely do. Gaming Gladiators, they're going to take us to this top floor site as the first bomb site of choice. Now, they haven't elected to bring the Izami or the Mirror or anything too special aside from the Frost, and so I can't imagine that their hold is going to be I suppose, too unorthodox or anything like that. But for the Direwolves, they have a lot of tools in their hands right now, Dev. There's EMPs still on the board, all the hard breach on the board as well, and there's so much to deal with what kind of defense the Gaming Gladiators might be bringing in. Already we can see an X-Factor defense. They're opening the closet wall, but it's not a rotation hole. It's just a line of sight.
I wonder if you could vault through that. I feel like that might just
Maybe.
be big enough to vault. In fact, I've got the feeling that's why there's a frost mat underneath it, to try and bait in Direwolves to vaulting it. Yeah, exactly. Also, Sky, can we have a look? There's a mute jammer in the closet and an ADS on the balcony. Yeah, wow, this is so much util here around Master and Trophy in the closet.
This is exciting. So we're playing the shield here inside of Trophy, and the Direwolves, is this what they're going to be dealing with initially, or will the push come from this tower or small tower side instead? And it seems like it will be. The first entry coming in from Pika as well as Reaps, doubling down, trying to clear out Joe just inside of security.
Good to see how Reaps goes on this entry. Newest player to the team, of course, replacing Harambe. And while we've had less dancers outside of the server, hopefully Reaps will be able to make up for it inside the server. He's on the Yana, he's the nade operator on top of Pika. He's already used one so far, and I love the way the hard breach from Hibana has been used to gain an extra line of sight into Kitchen here.
And just look at how isolated Joe is as well inside of security. There are no defenders near his vicinity to try and help him out. There's a little bit of pressure coming from the vertical, actually. Ooh. So Joe's actually relatively safe inside of security so far. That entry coming in from inside of Kitchen will be made much harder with that vertical pressure. Need to follow through, and Joe, in fact, taken down Pika with the first kill of the series. Very
fortunate that Pika survives that, but he takes a lot of damage from the second spray. The temptation to swing for the Jaeger at the top of the stairs there, or Hoven, in fact, on the Frost. That said, Direwolves walk away with the opening pick. Not unscathed, however, and Ape steps up, takes down Jackie Wu, a big player to take down. That was, in fact, on a flank up from the big tower.
Oh, and he's gone and been so elusive about it as well. Not only that, he's just gone back down to the basement and is rummaging his way around laundry stairs. He could come up freezer, and now the Direwolves have an extra thing that they need to worry about. Those flank drones are going to be very important as we move into the late round.
And you know what? Even though Direwolves have cleared out Joe and taken control underneath the bomb site, they haven't found any kills with those nades. So they've got to funnel through these positions like the top of White Stairs, which just ain't going to work out for Pika, who is easy for Hoven to clean up. Now we turn our attention to Master Balk, and I feel like there's a frost mat just waiting to deal some damage.
Told you, hanging out inside of the master bedroom, but in fact the push is coming in from top White, Dev. It's all about to go down.
Yeah, and there's still 4 players up for GG too. Ape back on site to support. Direwolves got a lot of work to do. They got to find these entries, but there's Ape once again supporting his team. He's found a double here. That's his 3rd kill on for the round. Souffle can't do very much from the big window. And a very nice hold there from GG, despite having the first victim on their side.
Gaming Gladiators, they hold on tight, even though Joe, he was so isolated. Eventually, that late round came back to bite the Direwolves. They didn't get a whole lot of real estate in their hands through that mid round. Really, the only control they had was inside of security. And as a result of ignoring that master side hold, not going for attic, they had to funnel up through White, and eventually there were enough Gaming Gladiators anchors to hold on to that position and close out the late round.
It does start GG on the right foot here. They have the advantage on their side according to the stats, according to the predictions of all of us talent. But Direwolves, a lot of people are looking at them with their own roster change, with Reaps trying to redeem themselves after a lackluster stage 2. They need to hit their stride here. With GG starting on the defense, it does give them somewhat of a comfort side. Now at this level, the attack does creep into being more powerful than it is at, I think, a lower comp level where people are just typically more comfortable on defense. But Direwolves, they need to make sure that they're hot on the tails of GG.
Something that I've just noticed is, sorry Sky, can we borrow you for electrical box real quickly? I think they've reinforced this wall the wrong way round if they want to put a mirror on it. Okay, they have. So they cannot put a mirror on side of Evox's wall. And instead, if they want to use their mirrors, it's got to go on the front side take of the map. Don't know how much I rate this. Maybe small miscalculation from the side of GG. But there's already one inside of Freezer.
Yeah.
There's another one in his pockets, I believe. But that can really only go in one spot. Now it's inside a closet. So not too sure about that one from the Game of Gladiators, but it seems like the Direwolves are looking for a front take anyway. Most of the players situated outside of Small Tower, Hoven the first point of contest, and already a drone has gone down.
You never know in the late round on Oregon, the meta these days, teams will rotate and change their push last minute. But the Direwolves at the moment, it's just a matter of the roam clear, and they have pushed Hoven back to site, who didn't want to really extend himself too much. It's just 2 drones that have gone down, so I'd say pretty decent timing here for Direwolves, but there's a lot of util to execute onto on site. And that ended up being the problem in the previous round. Also, APA has managed to rotate up to T2 unscathed, take down another drone. Is he going to be able to take down one more drone here? No, he's looking for a pre-fire. Doesn't want to overextend. And he does fall back. A lot of work still to be done for Direwolves. It does seem a little bit slow.
Souffle is now just started to make his way into meeting, though. With that Maverick Torch, can start to get open the E-Box hatch now. Thankfully, there is no mirror there, because otherwise it would be exposed at this point in the round. The Game Gladiators just starting to reel off the solo wall as well, anticipating that there might be a possible backtake with this hatch being open now. They don't want to expose any defenders sitting inside of that B bomb site. But the Direwolves, they don't look like they've got a game plan just yet, trying to open up all their options, all the hatches, get what is remaining of their drones, which is frankly not too many left into the bomb site to decide what they want to do next.
Oh no. We got a Sapper spot player, guys. We got Tolji doing his best Sapper impersonation. Interesting use of the Roteros from Flores. And believe it or not, GG continuing to pull back. Their strategy clearly not looking to overextend. That means that the Capitão's fire is essentially ineffectual, but now Direwolves do have the information that they were looking for.
Oh, but it seems like these mirror windows are coming to work in the favor of the Gaming Gladiators. After all, the Direwolves are not looking for that backtake. We can see the intel starting to go through on this laundry side as well, and looks like all the Direwolves players are ready for this execute to start happening all in the south side of the map.
Good luck trying to execute when there's 2 mirrors up. Told you out of smokes though. Still 1 C4 on the board for the defense. The smokes from the Capitão come out, but Hoven is in an aggressive position. He gets taken down. A good entry now from the newest Direwolves player, but it's not over yet for GG. Oh my god. Just look at Joe go. He's cleaned them all up. And that is a quick end to the round for Direwolves.
And geez, Gaming Gladiators are just so good at this late round, aren't they? They're incredible at it. They're so patient. They're disciplined here in this early round. They don't want to give anything away. Last time we saw them play a roam, it was very passive. It was really just Joe. He was supported by some vertical, but no one got overzealous and tried to go through refrag or anything like that. Even on this basement bomb site, they didn't do a super extended roam. They were happy with the intel that they took away. They know that the Direwolves are taking quite a lot of time to get up and running, and as a result, these late rounds have been very easy for the Gaming Gladiators to close out.
Direwolves just can't quite find their feet here. How many rounds realistically can they afford to lose on the attacking side? Because even though some teams might prefer defense, and the meta still is technically overall defense favored, it's a hell of a lot more attacker favored than it used to be. And occasionally we just get maps that are ridiculously attacker favored, like the game earlier today with the 2 Thai teams. Direwolves though, they're actually, look at all these operator switch arounds. Is that a Glaz I see, Mandy?
I would like to see the Glaz. That would be something exciting,
Please.
especially in tandem with the Capitão. Ooh, Direwolves, what have you got to show for us?
Yeah, you got, ooh, Ossa EMPs as well. I thought maybe it would be the smokes
Ooh.
on the Ossa. I'm loving this. I'm loving the new EMP gadget. Been using it a ton in ranked. Ossa's got it. Nook's got it. A lot of really good ops with it, and a lot of good ways you can fit it into your composition. I love this Glaz Ossa combo.
And look at what the Direwolves are trying to do with this setup as well. They've gotten all the correct operators to just do a minimalist big tower take. And that is all that they're going to go for, because that's all that their operator's utility has for that control. You've got the Ossa shields to hold onto attic control and to hold onto this big tower control. But actually, they might be playing into the hands of the Gaming Gladiators here, because Hoven has made those back tower stairs one of his power positions, and they've opened up half of attic as well to contest that early too. So Direwolves, they've got to be careful around here.
Oh, wow. Oh, my God, Areeps! I can't believe he takes that gamble. That was a really good play, and there you go. That was nullified. That aggressive position, all of the gas from Hoven out for the rest of the round. I'm loving this from Direwolves. If they can pull off this cheeky attack with the Glaz, with the Capital, with the Ossa, I would be so amused.
And look at what they've done with that first Ossa shield up there in T2. They're actually using the holes made inside of Attic against the defenders now. This rotate right here that the defense had originally made is now being used against them. And as a result, that retake's going to be much harder. Thankfully, one Ossa shield does go down to that C4 from Tolji, so a little bit of a thorn in the side of the attack for the Direwolves.
What is the play then? Fortunately, there's no necessity for Hard Breach attacking this site. And in fact, well, ED is just going to use the secondary Hard Breach gadget anyway, so you got a bit of redundancy there. Reaps has found a second one now. Joe just on site in that position on the hatch is so powerful. I'm loving this. He's also got a drone to support him from Pit, which Souffle can sit on too. When Rix goes for that flank, it will be called.
It looks like the
fire to
execute.
come through too.
I was going to say that exactly. The Capital Fire looks like it's about to be deployed and the execute to come through for any second for the Direwolves. But look at this from Tolji.
Oh, if he lands this, could be big, but he's now been smoked off. That is so smart. Just look at it. It's on Arpe now to make the play, but Pika shuts him down straight between the eyes and the Glaz double. That is not something you see every day, but I, for one, love to see it.
That is so cool from the Direwolves, that attack that they were just able to pull off. That is exciting. I love how they're able to do that. They went, all right, it is their tertiary site. This is meeting. Let's do something special. Let's just bring the small amount of tools that are unique that we have a push we're going to do. And the Game Gladiators are going to have no idea what we're about to do. How on earth are you going to be able to tell that they're going to bring a Glaz, an Ossa, and a Capital to do a smoke-based push? The smokes are even going to be used on the flank watch. And to get the bomb down like that is just such a stroke of genius from the Direwolves. It's probably only going to work once, to be fair. After this, the Game Gladiators are probably going to be like, okay, we've seen that wildcard before, but for now, I really love what they were able to pull off there to take away a round win off the Game Gladiators.
And even if it only does work once, it's done its magic, right? On the back of getting a win and making sure that GG don't win their tertiary site, Direwolves now know exactly where GG are going for the next bomb site, right? Laundry is still locked, so it's going to be dorms. And they take their tactical pause. So Direwolves are playing this really well, in my opinion. Not only have they managed to get the tertiary site, but now they're setting themselves up for success going back into the primary site for GG.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
So Direwolves have just taken their tactical timeout off the back there, and I can only imagine that off the back of that they have to be talking a little bit more about these late rounds, because really that is what has been the downfall of this team in the past 2 round losses that they've gotten over the Game Gladiators. In this round, we're going back up to that top floor side just like you mentioned. They're actually bringing along the Azami on the side of Hoven, changing up the philosophy of this setup. Last time we saw something pretty heavy go down in Trophy. This time they fully reinforced off Closet. So not as aggressive as it was before, reading into the fact that really Direwolves don't like to push this master side. They put a lot more pressure on the small tower side of the map, and that's where they're going to face their utility instead. We can see a lot of vertical holes being made to aid that roam that Joe is doing.
But after all that, Direwolves have completely changed their strategy. They're not going for this map clear down kitchen like you saw previously. All 5 operators have been repicked here. And we've got the Glaz back, we've got the Capital back, we've got a ton of stun grenades, 9 stun grenades, including the Amaro, the Dokkaebi, and the Lion, all of which are going to be so explosive when it comes to that execute. I love this new style from Direwolves. It's not typical of them, but it could just be so saucy.
And it looks like it's about to be explosive. Any second now, we see that Gon 6 ring out. It could all be over for the Game Gladiators. There are no site plays, and the execute is about to come through.
No way, I can't believe it. Joe needs to find a pick here on the vert, but this is interesting. Souffle is going to go in through the games window with Pika repelling on the back of it. He goes straight through the Azami. Tolji goes down. What are we looking at? This is not something that I have seen ever before. Direwolves throwing out the strat book and throwing everything they've got at GG. Direwolves now find themselves in a 5 versus 1. The site has been stolen and Ape must retake.
What a rough 1 versus 5 this is as well. Phone call, he's got to answer that one. Now they know exactly where he is. Now going back down, the Armory says it's well and a done deal for the Game Gladiators. It is over. Direwolves, what a round that was from them.
We can just break that down, right? Because APA, I think it's clear, is just going to bait the rest of this round. He's looking to take a little bit of time to talk and adapt with his team. So let's break that down, Mandy. What a strat from Direwolves all around that big window and games window.
I love what the Direwolves have brought into this game. They've realized the late game is not our strong suit. Every time we get there, we fumble. So why don't we just make the late game not happen and put everything in the early to mid game? And so that's exactly what they've done. They've completely changed the pace in the last 2 attacks that they've done. They've gone for minimal takes. They haven't loitered around the map, wasted loads of time clearing the roamers, because they realize gaming gladiators do not like sitting on the site for all too long. They like going for those roams. They like contesting early. So let's just hit the site, change the pace, and force them back. And both times that they've done this, it has worked. Now I have to anticipate that for the gaming gladiators, because they can go back to that basement bomb site, will be more aware of this fast-paced rush that the Direwolves are trying to go for, and will bring some tools to try and deal with it. We can see the Goyo immediately being brought out alongside the Mirror to try and hold on to those anchor positions for just a little bit longer, because really the control is being given away so quickly.
I was wondering whether we would see a Warden pick just at some point, because the thing with Warden is he's really good just as a pure operator, even when there is no Glaz and Ying, like when there are none of these operators that you would typically expect the Warden to hard counter by looking through smokes and flashes. Warden still has a shield and a really good gun. So you can slot him into a lot of lineups these days. And yet Gladiators still aren't picking him. I feel like if you just pick the Warden, maybe it will be enough to get Direwolves to stop doing these pushes that you don't want to play against. That said, it looks like Direwolves themselves have decided, okay, twice was enough for the Glaz Capitao stuff. We need to change our attack. And in fact, the repick is onto the Twitch from Jackie Wu, which is such a nice way to try and sneak in and clear those mirror windows that Rix has brought.
The attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped.
I'm curious as to how quickly the Direwolves are able to take this map control. Now, last time we saw them go for like a total map control type clear. They really opened up all the hatches, tried to get as many options open as possible. But each time that they've tried to do that, it's been slow, and it's cost them the rounds coming late into the rounds. We can see ED, he's immediately enabling this back push on the Monty, while the rest of his team forces their way into meeting. I feel like this is the right way to go for the Direwolves. If they go for this small tower take like they've been doing over and over again, they're going to waste all their time in the mid round. But right now, they're just consolidating all of their players on one side of the map to do one simple take, and that's to go around the back.
That's it. If you play into those really long, not very time-efficient takes, it's exactly what GG wants, right? They're going to waste your time. You see it in the way that they always contest entries and then fall back with their full numbers up to then play off of the utility on site. Direwolves instead want to be the hammer onto Gladiators' anvil, but there's a lot of utility to clear out, and that's why this has been fairly slow here. I'm liking this, though. The Maverick is going to be opening up this electrical hatch.
I'm still liking what the Direwolves are going for here. They haven't gone for anything more than this. This is the only hatch that is mission critical to this back take if they want to commit to it. They do not need to get any more hatches open if this is what they decide to go for. Now it's about taking their time to clear this utility one by one. That Goyo canister that was on that barricade has been taken out. Now it's been opened. They have these 2 Banshees to deal with, Arpe's power position, and really this line of sight that Joe has open is still a 50-50 fight coming down for this attacker as well. So if they consolidate these gunfights, they could close out this late round.
A lot of pressure now on Arpe and these GG players. When will this push come from Direwolves? ED is putting so much pressure on that position, and he enables Rix to go in for the kill. First player down for GG, and Tolji knows that he has to make up for it.
ED, look how much control he's just gotten. He's just pinged out Joe in the corner of the bomb site now, and Nate to follow through inside of the hallway, but it doesn't connect. But Direwolves, they have the man advantage, but do they have the time to make it work?
They got the secondary hard breach, which has opened up another avenue onto site, but that said, these Vulcan canisters from the Goyo are stalling out Direwolves. They are going to have to go massive. There's Tolji for one. The trade can't quite be there. Bit too much of a pre-fire for the ARX as C4 goes boom straight in the sight, and Tolji's doing it all by himself. He's taken blue control. He's gone for the flank, and he's lost his life. ED can't get it done in the 1-on-2. GG. An explosive round, but one they can steal away.
And thank goodness for that. Ultimately, it came down to that elbow push not working out in the hands of the Direwolves. For that late round push to work, the Direwolves had to win their 2 lanes of attack, and that was going through elbow, getting that control and playing the cross and freezer, and the other one inside of pillar and getting control of the hallway. Now, since that elbow push wasn't won out, it allowed Tolji to make the rotation and wrap around the back of the Direwolves attack. That flank came out, and eventually it all fell apart from there, and so the Direwolves once again falling to that late round push, but I still rated the approach that they went for. I liked that they simply consolidated their players. They didn't go for a take that was too complicated. They didn't waste as much of the mid round, and it was very clear what they were going for, and I feel like that's the philosophy that they need to take once again if they want to close it out 3-3.
Felt like the very start of the game was quite GG favoured. It felt like the previous 2 rounds before that last one were really Direwolves favoured, and now we're getting into close territory. GG only barely won that round. And now Direwolves have one last chance to go even at the end of their attacking half. And to be honest, I think they need to. They've already taken their tactical timeout. When they switch onto that defense, if the momentum is on Gladiators' favor, which it will be if they win this round and end up 4-2, I would back in Gladiators to win 3 attacks and therefore close out this game. Direwolves walking away with 0 points. So that just puts so much pressure on this round. GG still have that tack timeout in the back pocket if they lose it, but Direwolves can't say the same.
Gladiators looking to take us to this top floor bomb site instead. Looking for this total map control so far. GG, they're not willing to give away any map control to the Direwolves. They need to get a bit of an inkling to see what the Direwolves are going for. Now, they've changed their approach once again, Dev. Direwolves, they've actually changed and they've spread out their plays throughout the map. The utility isn't really being consolidated anymore. They're just looking for an in onto the map, probing, trying to punish the mistakes of any roamers like APAC, trying to take an aggressive fight here in the big tower.
APAC is an aggressive roamer, but he rarely makes mistakes. He loves to go for those flanks. He's a slippery player, one that's difficult to take down. And I don't think he's been seen on that rotation. There was a drone in split, but I don't believe it would have hurt him as he dropped that meeting hatch. That said, sooner or later, Jackie Wu may smell some footsteps and be able to track down that cheeky roamer.
I can't believe that when you said slippery roamer, the first thing that APAC did was drop through the hatch. That was some perfect comedic timing from you. Oh, but look at this step. They're pinching out this bottom floor position. APAC, he's just been caught in the crossfire. Souffle finds the read onto him off the back of that intel from Jackie Wu. And like you said, that Jackal comes in so strong.
That was so good. So well played from Direwolves. It looks like they may well continue this momentum. 5v3 now. And GG feeling that pressure. Hubba knows he needs to go for a play. But Reaps deals more damage than he takes. Until that impact comes out, Reaps, I guess, has finished the job with a grenade. So there you have it, 2 on 5. Tolji and Joe. Now with Tolji caught out by the Rotero. Bit of a miscomm there. Reaps doesn't realize that the player dropped the hatch, even though the Flores saw it. Now maybe there is a way for GG to get back in it.
Defender is exposed.
Oh, but Bricks, though, he claws one back for the game Gladiators.
Now, Direwolves knew that Tolji was off site, and so they rushed in. Rix, though, his plant is going to go down. What's he going to do for it? He knows that plant must be behind the big window. Tolji's found one on the flank. A 2v2 post plant here. And if Tolji can deal some damage from top white, this is a real possibility here. I think Rix has got the sound call. He's going to spot the player and take him down with a shotgun. It's now a 1v2 post plant. Souffle's got to get it done. He reveals his position and sprays them both down. We are even at the end of the half. Direwolves will not go down easy.
Good grief. That was a very strange round from start to finish there. But first, I had criticized the way that Direwolves had approached the round. I thought that they were spread too thin. I thought that that wasn't the Direwolves formula they needed. But as soon as we saw that pinch roam clear come together, that was the light bulb moment for me. Ryan, the Direwolves, they had a plan, and that plan was still in that early game utility, the back of that Jackal scan, knowing that APAC and the likes of Joe and his teammates would be looking for that ground floor roam to pinch that out and come through together off the back of that intel was just so well read on the side of the Direwolves. They know that Game Gladiators like to do that in the previous rounds. They've read into that behavior and as a result are able to close out that early round. And we know that once the early round comes through, the trades have been impeccable for both of these teams and it often translates to a round win. It's exactly what we saw there.
My question, Mandy, is at the flip of the half, has Direwolves got enough momentum to ride this one out? We already went in with expectations that GG was simply the better team on Oregon. GG have the better form overall. Both these teams have only played one match so far in Stage 3, but Stage 2 was a very different story for these teams. It was the rise of Gladiators all the way to going to a major, and the fall of Direwolves from being the undisputed best team in APAC South to not even making it to their second major. Now both these teams are looking like a shoe-in for probably second spot if you give Elevate the benefit of the doubt after today's performance and think they're going to make it to the major in one of the two spots for APAC South. It's probably one of these two teams, or maybe even Fury, that takes that third spot. So who's it going to be?
I just want to dive into that last half just a little bit longer to put some context into this one. Now, the last 3 rounds that the Direwolves have won were essentially, I don't want to say gimmick rounds completely, but they were, right? Hang on a second. Just pause in the action. Souffle is still holding on to this tower control, being very aggressive. A grenade is about to land at your feet, Souffle. You need to run. And oh my goodness, Hoven, he can take him down. Souffle!
Like, are you trying to talk about the last half?
I know.
These guys just won't let you get a word in. What is that? Souffle. A dance with death, and unfortunately, the waltz does not go quite to his tempo.
And it's not even over yet, Dev. Jackie Wu is still inside a closet. The wall is open. He's got a way back in. The pressure is relentless. So far in this early game, the Direwolves' defense is spread far and wide across of Oregon. And the Game Gladiators, so far, have dealt with it pretty well.
Yes, Direwolves spread pretty thin here. If GG can put this pressure on, get someone on that big window, surely there's a shot in here for an execute. There's an aggressive hold from Direwolves, but being a player down makes it so much more difficult to play these aggressive holds.
Attic control has slowly been made for the Game Gladiators as they make their way. Now, if I can hear right, a mirror window has just been opened. I have no idea how they opened that, perhaps off the back of one of the SAM cams, but it's actually Reaps to claw one back for the Direwolves. That's the kit going down inside of the master bedroom.
It's a big pick, and that's why we're seeing Direwolves do this aggressive hold, so they can keep that pressure on these players pushing master. That said, ED's got 2 angles to watch. Reaps has done some damage with his C4. Man's cracked double digits as well. The first one in the server to do so. Gladiators on the back foot. 3v5. Rick's already low on HP. They got to drop into pit. They do so. ED doesn't overpeak it. Gladiators in decent position now. But thing is, still a player down.
Oh, look at that. A free play C4 from ED, anticipating that the push from Attic is going to come through. Only 38 seconds, Devon. Really, Direwolves, the ones with the advantage.
GG just need to find a couple of these picks, though, to change things. Pika goes a good entry on the Glaz, but Harvin can't land his shots. Reaps is continuing his tear, and Jackie Wu and Pika can finish the job here. Direwolves continuing this momentum into the second half.
They're just doing so well at having the read on the pace that the Game Gladiators are bringing into this game. What I was going to say about the second half...
Before you were rudely interrupted.
I know, right? Souffle, how could he do that to me? I was going to comment that I suppose the last 3 rounds that they were able to win out, 2 of them was off the back of the rushes that we saw them do. It's when they changed the pace and they pressed the attack onto the Game Gladiators. Those were the rounds that they picked up, right? The third round, they were able to pick up the same thing. They were able to shut down the early round nice and early off the back of the Jackal. It feels like when the Direwolves bring the pressure onto the Game Gladiators early, they choose the gunfights that they're going to take, isolate them, and then go for it. That's where they've been finding their success. And we saw that just then in that early round as well. They took the fights early, one side on Big Tower, even another in Master Bedroom. And the Gaming Gladiators were just simply spread too thin to play the trades and consolidate their players to be in a crossfire or anything like that. And I think that this formula is really going to work for the Direwolves if they want to close out the series.
Well, they're keeping GG guessing, aren't they? But GG now have had a chance to talk it out. They've taken their tactical pause. And that leaves us essentially even now. No more tack timeouts remaining for either team. GG have to make as good use of theirs as Direwolves did with their own one, which was the round where they went for that really nice rush with the Glaz, the Capitao, and the Amaru onto Dorms. That was what Direwolves cooked up in their timeout. What can GG say?
The basement is where we'll go, like you said. And it looks like the Direwolves are looking for a little bit of a roam. We've got Pika starting his way on the top floor. suppose the difference between these two philosophies going to this basement is they're not bringing along the mirror, and instead they're bringing along things like the Azami, things like Warden with the shield that can be moved, 2 shields in fact. It makes this defense a little more mobile. It means that they can pick up and move the shields where they want to. Not only that, but they have the Kiba barriers for later on to put down where each and every push might come from, and it just feels a little bit more flexible than what the Gaming Gladiators brought when they played their defense.
So we're also seeing some crazy aggression. Like, who plays Classroom on the basement defense? This is some old school stuff here. ED really hoping to play into mistakes from GG, because if they were to die to ED here, it would be a mistake from GG. A roamer in Classroom should be a free kill. If he's not droned, if he's not cut off, then that's a blunder that GG are really going to feel.
And so dangerous as well from Pika. He's just gone from the top white stairs all the way into pit, all the way through attic, and hasn't been droned out. Now, if GG, they had that push coming from big window or even from small tower, he could be pinched out. But really, Direwolves are playing such a dangerous game on the roam here, and it might pay off for ED.
This is such a good read from Direwolves. They've got the number of GG. They know that complacency has started to slip in to these clears. They're so tunnel vision, clearing out this roamer on the top floor, that Azami, who's now, by the way, basically safe. Pika, I believe, is now on the rear stairs, essentially fallen all the way back. Yeah, he's just playing on the rear stairs in a relatively safe position. Meanwhile, ED is still in Classroom. So Gladiators, in the late round, if they rotate to lobby, they're going to probably just walk straight into his hands.
Game Gladiators are starting to make their way through that mid-round, but they have absolutely no idea what is about to come and bite them in the back in about maybe half a minute's time when no one's paying attention. But hang on a moment, lobby control, ED, he takes the fight onto Arpe, and he's not only there, he's in good for a second, taking down Hoven and gets away with his life.
Please explain how he finds that second kill. I'll give you one, but the double, and to add insult to injury, Jackie Wu's just played the freezer stairs like a madman with the M870 shotgun. Fortunately, he's traded, but at this rate, GG aren't going to get the execute that they wanted. You can have Thatcher, you can have Hibana, but you're in a 2v4 going onto the basement bomb site. There are shields, there's smoke grenades, there's Aruni gates. What are you going to do?
Sit here and wait and see what happens. Because really, there is not a lot that Game Gladiators can do anymore going into this Direwolves defense. None of the players are giving them anything. They're playing so disciplined now on the site. They've gone, we've just made them look very silly in the server, and now we're going to observe them from a top-down view for another 30 seconds, still looking silly running around the map because there is nothing that the Game Gladiators can do in this situation anymore. Flashbangs can go out, but there is a Warden to follow it up. Drops comes through, Reaps is good for the cross, and Souffle for the second. Direwolves close out yet another round.
It's just a formality, isn't it, to lock out that round. What a play from ED and also from the Jaeger player of Jackie Wu on the freezer stairs, making GG sweat hard. Would you believe that this was ED's first 2 kills in the entire game?
No way!
First 2 kills in the entire game,
No
and
way.
it's called the Rat Special. He's been watching too much Ratatouille and impersonating Little Remy, or whatever the little rat's name is in Ratatouille. I don't know. Is that it?
I don't know it either.
Someone in chat is going to know what the rat's name is in Ratatouille. And they will correct us. And if I am wrong, which I probably am, I'll look almost as silly as GG after losing that round.
They really do look quite silly at the moment, don't they? Direwolves, not only have they been able to do this on their attack off, on the attack they brought out some really special stuff. They brought out some strategies that I would say is more of a one-off kind of strategies, a pocket strategy, if you will. Same thing on the defense. They're bringing out things that the Gaming Gladiators are going to look back on and go, wow, we were really silly for not catching on to that. And as a result, these kinds of things work so well in this best-of-1 format, and Direwolves are totally playing into it.
People did call them the BO1 Kings back in Stage 1. They didn't drop a single point in any of their 7 best-of-1s. And, well, they already have dropped a point. I believe it was the Fury game where they went to overtime, eventually won it on Skyscraper in their first Playday of this stage. So Direwolves need every point they can get. For GG, they're actually sitting above at the moment. They already have the 1 point. Oh, interesting. Where is that?
Oh, no.
Jammer. How did the first EMP not get it? Must have just been shy of the mark, but Regardless, there's some kind of double jump out from Direwolves around the big tower. Yeah, a run out and a jump out. That's an interesting strategy. Well, sometimes you swing and sometimes you miss.
Most of the times that they swing, they hit pretty hard though, Dev. That was the one time that we saw a Direwolves special that hasn't
benefit of
worked.
the doubt.
Look. That's the one time that we've seen a Direwolves special not hit yet in this game. Game Gladiators finally up in the man advantage, and they could close it out to a 5-4, which is a much more manageable scoreline if they can bring it to that. ED, he's starting to look for that hero play, peeking where he can, knowing now that they're in the man disadvantage, and he needs to claw one back.
Well, Gladiators should win this round, right? 5v3. But if they don't, that is so much worse. I gotta say, like, if Gladiators lose this 5v3, that's probably game over. Not only will Direwolves be on match point, but Direwolves will have the momentum of winning that 3v5 after everything else that's gone on in this game. And GG can't afford to let this opportunity go to waste.
Well, so they've encountered their first problem trying to open up the back of the site, and that there is a mute jammer in the back. Maybe that has just been cleared. It doesn't sound like it. Maybe it has been. Sky, can we have a look at the meeting wall real quick to see how silly I look right now? It has indeed been open. Hoven, he's just come around the corner and opened up that mute jammer for him, and now they have to worry about their flank. Not only that, but if they leave the execute too late, there will be a yokai drone there to meet them, and Reaps, of course, off the back of that big tower push is able to take down Rix and the diffuser with him.
But fortunately for Direwolves, they made this 3v5 a 3v3. I was going to look on the bright side for a second for GG, but there's not a lot of brightness left in the game for them. Reaps coming back up the stairs and, whiffs his shot. That is devastating. Hoven punishes him. His third kill on for the round. Souffle gets the down that's needed. With ED rotating back to site, this could spell death for GG. It's about to happen, Mandy. I curse them. And Direwolves take advantage on the 3v5 now to match point.
Can't believe you've done this. I really can't.
Cannot believe you've done this.
I can't believe you've done this. That is ridiculous what they've just been able to do off the back of Reaps, realizing, or not just off the back of Reaps, but really all the Direwolves players got aggressive there where they needed to. The Gaming Gladiators, even though they had control of meeting, they made this crucial mistake of rotating all of their players to kitchen for the execute, right at the last second there, even though they had full control of meeting. Now, I can only imagine they went, okay, let's not go meeting. Maybe the yokai drones are here. Maybe they're playing an attic, and we don't know. We don't have that control. They could be flanking up the back stairs, so let's just go somewhere else. But in this top-down view that we have, that was such an incorrect mistake to make because ED was just rotating through Zulu and Souffle happened to be there inside of Dining, and as a result they played directly into the hands of the last two Direwolves players and give away that round that really should have been theirs.
Direwolves are just laughing right now. They're not reinventing the wheel. Yeah, on attack they brought some interesting strats. On defense, they're just vibing. It's not like these guys are bringing crazy, unreal, unknown strategies we've never seen before. They're just playing their game. They're unfazed. Two people jump out and run out aggressively and die in the first 20 seconds of the round. Well, we'll just have Reaps play aggressive in the late round. We'll just have Oryx dash around and do some silly things. And that is the scariest part. GG have been slapped about, forced back into their shells. If they play slow, they won't have time to execute. If they play too fast, they're going to be caught off guard by some silly business. So, really, this is Direwolves' best shot at putting their best foot forward for the major.
This is a rough one for GG. Look, they're starting to play a lot more passive going into this early round as well. We can see lots more drones coming out, being way, way more diligent with this intel. I think we just saw 3 or 4 players stay outside of the building. Hoven was the only one brave enough to step in, and they're not even going to try an entry anywhere close to the bomb site. They're saying, let's go for total map control. Let's clear out any of the rats because we don't want ED getting another 2 kills. He's already got 2 too many. And as a result, they're being much, much more cautious and careful through this early round. Hopefully it pays off for them if time doesn't come to bite them back.
But Souffle has taken down APAC, who's had an uncharacteristically quiet game. Souffle's just popped double digits with a 2.0 KD as well. Barely surviving that too. Just look at the distinction. When Direwolves had to deal with these roamers downstairs, they would pressure from multiple angles and catch the GG players on the rotation. It's the opposite here, right? It's just solo entry from up air, no support, not even anyone here in position to seemingly catch off Soufflé if he tries to retreat back.
And look, they've totally had to pivot their control as well. They've realized, right, Soufflé, he's elusive, let him be. Let's just leave Hoven on the flank watch and start working on this mass control instead. Seems like Hoven has got a pretty good read of what Soufflé is about to do, just about to round the corner of that laundry stairs. Come on, Soufflé, poke your head out, and he does. Hoven to collect that kill and bring back the man count for the Gaming Gladiators, but really, there's still so much work to be done.
Fortunately for Reaps, that second impact grenade does destroy the breaching hard breach gadget. Ooh, thankfully, GG though are getting that numbers back on their favor because they're not going to be able to breach that main wall, so they're going to have to file through these choke points.
And with not a lot of time as well, that 1.5x of the DMR and Pika, it's going to be real powerful for the Direwolves.
I mean, they're just sitting and waiting. 3v4, but they know that that breach is not going to get open. It is all out of smokes, and this is where it all comes to a head. GG find the good opener, but ED's got that diffuser cold on the ground, traded back, and Gladiators, they're not going to be counted out as of yet. They get one more round and keep this dream of OT alive.
And thank goodness for that. That late round was pretty explosive on their side. To be honest, I don't even know how they were able to claw that one back so quickly. It all really happened in the last few seconds.
You're right there, man. It sounds like you're struggling for a sec.
I am very
so
ill.
Unlucky when you're sick in
I am
in a
very
casting
ill.
week.
Those at home, yes, I have been very sick for the past 2 or 3 weeks, and so casting has suddenly become much more difficult, especially when there are games as intense and fast as these ones, because there's so much to talk about, and it's so frustrating.
I mean, even I'm having trouble catching my breath with the way that Direwolves have been playing in this game. But GG, they took 3 deep breaths, they cooled themselves, they calmed their nerves, and they did manage to finally get themselves an attacking round. Are they going to be able to do it twice more to push OT though? I'm not super convinced.
It's looking pretty rough for them. The Direwolves, they look like they have their number. I won't say on strategy, but it feels like timing and positioning is the way that they've been able to go with this one, right? They're not reinventing the wheel, like you said. The strategies that they're bringing out, especially on these defense, are nothing unorthodox, they're nothing too out of the ordinary. It's just the way that they've been conducting themselves in the server. The places that they've been playing in are very unorthodox. They are very oddly timed, and the pacing has been very hard for the Game Gladiators to catch up with. Now, they have brought along the Jackal, which hopefully will expedite this roam clear a little bit, because the Direwolves players have been so elusive thus far.
They've also got the Nomad, which our observer Sky just pointed out. There's an air jab just above that laundry stairs door. And he's going to point out again. Look at that. It's also quite well hidden as well behind the flower pot. But if any Direwolves player quickly sprints up the stairs and tries to go into lobby, they will get taken out or slammed onto the ground by that air jab. So I think this is a nice adaptation from GG. They're really trying to suppress this aggression, like you said, with the Jackal, also with the Nomad.
And the Direwolves have decided that they wasted enough time. It's time to go back onto the site. Just play the utility that we've got, because there is, in fact, a lot still left on the site. The Game Gladiators, they've only just started to make their way through that top floor, through that ground floor, opening up the hatches. But of course, if they don't decide on their late game plan quick enough, time could be the demise. And in fact, it was last time. By the time they got to layout round, well, they were just no players left because they had lost out on the roam clear in the mid round. So if they don't get going too long, Soufflé, he's going to be in a cheeky position with that Warden, or your flashbangs, or your explosive execute. It's going to be for nothing.
Yeah, that's the thing. If GG rely on those flashes or the smokes from Hoven on the Jackal, well, Soufflé could be the killing blow, the hidden knife, the hidden blade. Wait, no, that's the wrong game. Never mind.
Whoops.
Heard it was a big anniversary recently. It's fine, it's a Ubisoft title. Don't mind me shilling it.
Bomb located by attackers.
I love this front push though. That EMP. Oh, 2 EMPs go through to clear out any ADSs. Is there going to be a nade to follow? So I like this. Good nade, but the ADS is actually placed further back, and oh, the shield is placed further back. Wow, they managed to get a nade deep enough to clear it though. I'm genuinely surprised that that worked.
But there is a second shield to deal with. That is the one inside of the hallway, and that's going to be a bit troublesome to face for those players coming down the laundry stairs. Now there's only 40 seconds left, so really the Gaming Gladiators do not have a lot of utility or time on their hands to make it work, but Rix can open up the round.
No, it's not a freebie though, as Hoven's been down, so's Ape as well. All these Direwolves players have hit the floor. So, or rather, the Gladiators players have hit the floor, and the Direwolves guys are not letting up. Here's a flashbang. Jackie Wu blinded, but will the Warden be able to protect him? It's a wall bang, and Reaps does win it out. It looks like Direwolves might have the Gladiators' numbers here. But the HP, it's falling on both sides. Joe on for the entry. He is done. And revenge is a dish best served cold. The Direwolves howl out, and the Gladiators go down.
And the Direwolves look so calm, collected off that one, aside from Edu, who's having the time of his life there. Love his new hair, by the way. The Direwolves able to close out that one in true Direwolves fashion. That is the Direwolves BO1 form that we saw back in Stage 1, and we're seeing it here again in Stage 3. They brought out some stuff today that the Gaming Gladiators have probably never seen in their lives and are able to take the series.
That's a full 3 points for Direwolves, a huge win, and putting them up on 5 points in just 3rd place behind Elevate. That is a huge one for them, but a pretty gutting blow there for Gladiators, who have essentially lost the first of probably only 2 losses that they can afford throughout the entire Stage 3 with their sights set on the major. Even 2 losses may be too many, especially as they walk away from this game with 0 points, not even a consolation of pushing overtime. Direwolves were simply the better team. And we're starting to see a bit of resurgence from this up-and-coming team that we've seen hit heights before. They're back at it again.
It seems like it. Feels like the Direwolves of old, right? The story I was going to go into for this match was that it's going to be out with the old, the Direwolves style is gone, and Game Gladiators are so great. But really, the Direwolves formula worked so well in this series that it was magical, and it was so much fun to watch as well.
Well, yet another game goes by that tells us, look, Stage 3 is not going to be like Stage 2. APAC South is heating up, and we'll go back to the desk to hear more about that game.
That we will. We got some big heads with us to break down all of the action. We were so far in the GG camp, there was a bit of copium almost on the desk, Xenox, but very quickly that changed, very, very quickly.
Yeah, look, it did. As someone that even sort of tipped Direwolves at the start of the night, as I sort of said, to me, when I looked at the matchup itself, it was very 50-50. Could have gone other ways, we usually like to say. But the map itself, I thought, would lean into Gaming Gladiators. The first 2 rounds, in fairness, Rob kind of looked that way. They actually came out looking very, very good in the first 2 rounds. Literally after those 2 rounds, though, it was all Direwolves from then onwards, wasn't it? So a little bit concerning, actually, then, if you are the Gaming Gladiators. But what a return to form for the Direwolves, who, you know, obviously they had such a glory stage in Stage 1, couldn't replicate that in Stage 2, which was always going to be difficult. But, you know, you now look at sort of the paper of what they've done so far in Stage 3, knocked off Fury and OT, and they've taken down GG in regulation. So that's a pretty good start to the stage for them. Puts them in a good position, 5 points, puts them only 1 point behind Elevate with 1 less game played.
Well, that's just it, right? They've got that game in hand, which makes them so, so dangerous. And I think that what's going to be really tough for everyone at home and ourselves is the fact that the closer we get to Playday 7, the less we're going to know, due to the fact that these buys are going to cause a bit of havoc. They're going to ensure late runs in the actual league itself. So this is I don't want to underestimate, this is a massive win for Direwolves to take away. Guz, what's your big takeaway from this matchup? Because we saw glimpses of greatness from Gladiators, but quickly diminished by the light of Direwolves.
Yeah, Direwolves looking not quite like their old selves, but I guess they're new selves, if you want to frame it that way. And I think a large part of that is actually Reaps. He's been performing really well for the Direwolves thus far. Heading into this Playday, his stats really weren't all that bad. He was the 2nd worst rated player on the team, but it was quite evenly matched. For the roles he was playing, it didn't really matter all that much. But he's been able to be consistent. And in fact, in this game, I mean, even playing the smoke role, for instance, in that final round, still posting some really good numbers and having quite a large impact in the match. So certainly a good roster change so far in hindsight for the Direwolves. And they'll be looking to continue the momentum that this game has gathered for them going forward. Of course, still a long, long way to go. And every match is key. So well played by Direwolves, and let's see if they can keep the ball rolling.
Well, that's just it. Every match is key. And Xenox, when we look to their next week's matchup, it is against Wildcard. Now, we are very split on where Wildcard are at. Obviously, a pretty decent first Playday turned into a little bit of a disappointing Playday too. But, you know, I think Wildcard's story is still yet to come with this Knights matchup. So do you back Direwolves heading into that one?
Oh, you backed them in. I think even regardless of what happens in the next game to come between Knights and Wildcard,
Okay.
I think Direwolves have the right to go into that one as favourites. They've been the better team throughout APAC this year. And their win against GG, obviously, in the end, when you take into account that, GG having beaten Wildcard last week, all the evidence would then suggest a Direwolves win and probably go into that one as favourites. If they then go and win that, what's intriguing is that Elevate actually have sort of the week off, right? So they'll actually then go above Elevate on the same amount of games played. So it knocked them out of the top two, but knocked them out of a major spot. So it's more so the fact that Elevate's loss today has really kind of put them back in the middle of the pack with everyone else. They were at the top. They were by themselves in first place, undefeated. But we had to remember, obviously, GG, Direwolves, they had only played the one game each. So, look, big win for Direwolves in this one. For GG, though, you know, it's back to the drawing board.
It is, but you know who's not back to the drawing board? It's ED. He's in for the interview. And, of course, our golden boy here in APAC South. ED, it is good to see you once again, my friend. It's all a bit too long.
It's me.
Even 1 week. Can you hear me all right? I had an issue before. Do I need to put the mic closer to my mouth, ED, or can you hear me okay?
All good right now. Can you hear me? All good?
Good, man. I can hear you loud and clear, my friend. That's so good. Gaming Gladiators. Tell me, how have you been able to do this, right? We had our reservations about where Direwolves were going to be at coming into Stage 3, but you have really shown so far beating a Fury in hot form and then obviously coming in against this game for Gladiators. You know, you're looking like you're in a really good place.
Yeah, like I think because last stage we kind of play like shit, so people like kind of underestimate us. So that's what we're gonna prove ourselves in this stage. Like, to be honest, like today is a great victory for us. Like, team is feeling the right flow. And I think everything's like going to the right direction. Just like I said last week, like we're aiming for major this week, in this stage. So there's, you know, we are not going to like lazy up or something. Like, we're gonna keep our full energy until the end of that stage. So yeah.
And you said obviously, you know, the team is feeling in good form. The big topic on our minds at the moment on the desk is, you know, Reap's kind of integration into the roster has kind of come full circle now in only a second play day that we've seen in APAC South. How is that feeling as a roster? Does it feel like Reaps has really joined the team and kind of solidified this now?
Yeah, like, so first, to be honest, like, yourselves like a little bit robot, like, but I can generally guessing what you want to ask. Like, yeah.
Good man.
So I heard that some say like Rips a mediocre player. Man, how would you think like that? Come on, like Rips a great player, like top. I can like guarantee he's like probably the most top fragger in the APAC South right now. Can guarantee that. And like, yes, like indeed, like first a few weeks, like we take a little bit of time to like getting working done with Rips. And right now, I think things go very like fluently. Like, he's playing our entry frag role very, very well done. Like, we're given the info he need, and he always can like seize the chance, grab the kills, and that's what we lack of for last stage. So yeah, I think right now playing with Rips, and he also is very, very good thing for us, and he also enjoy it.
Where do you put yourself and, you know, the rest of the Direwolves roster? Where do you equate to your Stage 1 performance? Where do you put yourselves at the moment? Do you think you're at a higher level than you were in Stage 1?
Yeah, like, of course, like, because, like, I'm not sure if you remember or not, but last stage I mentioned a lot is that we're coming back from majors in Stage 1, and we're trying to learn to be an international team. And it's a long progress for us. So I think right now, this stage, like, we kind of, like, achieve the things we want to adjust for this stage. So like, I can say, yeah, we are probably better than Stage 1 just because the things like going to a direction we once like being after through the Stage 2. So yeah, I think this stage, like, we're more complete.
That's scary,
Yeah.
ED. Look, as we always do, is there anything you'd like to say before we let you go?
Come on, Major, baby! Okay, yeah. I'll keep the energy till next week. See you. Love you.
Oh, God, that's so much energy. I don't even know how I matched that in the break. We're going to Knights taking on Wildcard. We'll be back after this.
Show me love. Taking this pure heart of mine. High above. We go off in the night. We live in the red lights. Man, let me you can see right. We go show me love. Taking this pure heart of mine. High above. We go off in the night. We live in the red lights. I need you can see right. But we go
Well, we took it a break with a lot of energy, but we're going to bring it back and take it down a notch because we do have time for one more match tonight. Devin Mandy rejoined me back on the desk. I think Mandy might be praying to the gods that she has been placed back on the, let's say, the easier role for the old vocals. And Dev, unfortunately, you're not tall enough for that one, but we'll let you get away with it.
You said we're taking it down a notch, so I thought I'd sit down.
That's fair. That's fair. I don't think I can go down any lower, so we might just keep it there. Knights
I don't think I
and
want to go down any
Wildcard.
lower.
Let's not do that. Let's keep it where we are. I think we're just right. But Wildcard and Knights go head-to-head, a rivalry that does run very deep. Not just in Oceania, but obviously now, since, the formation of APAC all the way at the beginning, the start of last year, this has been a matchup that was always highly anticipated, but has really struggled to deliver. Both teams have had their ups and downs, but, right now we are a little bit concerned about the Knights, Mandy. They just have not been showing up so far.
I actually tipped against them for this match as well. Will that come back to might be? Probably. I have cursed every team tonight so far. So I might have cursed Wildcard as well. The Knights might end up winning this one. So, the Knights, they don't look in great form at the moment. But I feel like that this is a team that does take things week by week. I can only imagine that they've looked inwards and said, all right, something's going on. It's time to change things up. Because really, with how the last few matches have gone, there is still no one locked in for this major. It is still not over yet.
Yeah. It certainly isn't. And, stranger things have happened. 0-2 to start off, but I'm sure that they will be looking for anything right now. Wildcard, their opponents, the team that came in and made a bit of a strange roster change, I want to say, that netted them a Playday 1 win, obviously didn't really follow through on Playday 2, Dev. What are you making of this roster now? What on earth is that?
Yeah. Okay. All right, OJ. Roster change. We got Bouncin, who I believe has finally changed his name back to Bouncin instead of whatever it was before.
Monster?
And we got Tuhan as well, formerly from Ground Zero. Tui is known to be a really, really strong individual player. He's a bit of a ranked demon, one of the high champion players. I don't know if you ever hit #1 spot. Probably did, that kind of guy. And he's nuts. Bouncin obviously nuts as well, especially on those entries. That's what he made his name for on the Chiefs. And Wildcard, yes, they got a little bit of confidence from us after their Playday 1 win over Tide, but Playday 2 falling to Gladiators. Hard to say that Wildcard is a completely different team, even though they've made these 2 roster changes.
Yeah.
If anything, I will say what they got going for them now is that Knights are down in the dumps, right? Like, only won 5 rounds across their 2 games so far. If there was ever a day for Wildcard to do an upset, it would be here against the very wounded and very meek-looking Lions on the Knights.
That is for sure. Let's have a look at a map, Vito, that will determine, of course, a little bit of our conversation. Now, it is really important to note, just Wildcard's start to every stage so far this year. They've kickstarted Playday 1 with a win, and things just haven't looked that pretty afterwards. So this is a good opportunity for them to tidy up after their GG loss. We head to Cafe, and I'm holding very quiet reservations here, just given Wildcard's record. But Mandy, are you leaning toward Knights here? They did get that ban on Bank.
I think that I am leaning towards the Knights here. I would have to agree with you on that one. It feels like Knights were happy to leave in Bank because historically Knights have been pretty good at it, but so Wildcard. So coming to these last 2 maps to, I suppose, choose between, they want to go to the one that Wildcard play less and don't seem as good at, which is Cafe, right? Knights, I feel like we haven't seen their most recent form on Cafe, so I feel like it's hard to judge how good they'll be on it. But I don't think that Wildcard have as good of a Cafe as they have Bank, because their Bank is quite exciting to watch.
Well, that's just it. If we'd gone to Bank, Dev, this would be a very exciting prospect, considering they're both sitting with very, very pretty win rates and records on that map. But, this one probably leaves it a little bit more so up in the air.
Yeah, well, the thing for Cafe, for me, looking at the history of both these teams, it's not a map that they play very much. Both of them ban it quite a bit. For Knights, it's their 3rd most banned map. For Wildcard, they have a lot of maps that they ban, so it's one of their most bans, but they kind of ban a lot of everything, to be honest.
Yeah.
And in terms of results, Knights only ever played this map once in recent history. It was a 7-1 over Chiefs in the OCS, which is like the national playoffs.
Yep.
And for Wildcard, they lost it in OCS to Hungry Lions, they won it to Ludovica, and they lost it to Chiefs. To be frank, not a lot to read into for either of these teams. Both these teams have changed a lot since they last played the map.
Yep.
I think that we're more looking at recent form and admittedly a lot of unknowns. Have these teams been heavy practicing Cafe? Because that's what I think is going to be more impactful. We don't know that because the teams obviously don't tell you what they practice for obvious reasons. So it's going to be about form. It's going to be about practice. Right now, I think that Knights is clearly, to me, the better team. Clearly the better team. However, right now, what has been going on these last 2 weeks, it is not the Knights that we know and love. It's this speakeasy change was meant to be a huge upgrade. It's turned out to be a disaster. So I think that if there was ever a chance for Wildcard to get an upset, it would be here.
Well, you've set the stage very nicely. I'm just going to leave it there because, quite honestly, I'm just looking forward to this matchup. We head to Cafe, it's Knights, it's Wildcard, and there's two big brains to run you through the action.
Guys, it's not often that I am pretty good with my predictions. So far, 2 from 2. I did go with the Knights, so I do kind of fear for them. They basically have to win this game if they're going to have any chance of the match. It's already looking quite difficult because the top end of our particular region at the moment looks very stacked. So must win. Knights can't lose this game.
No, 2 wins, or 2 losses rather, already puts them in a very bad position. Another loss here is all but going to confirm their spot outside of the top 2. So it's a big team, it's an OS duel, and it's Cafe. Not a huge fan of Cafe, as everyone knows at this point, but we saw a lot of creativity in the earlier match today, and we might see inklings of that here between these two.
A bit of special history between these two teams. It's the 20th time that Wildcard and Knights have faced off. Wildcard having won 11 to the Knights 8. We'll see if the Knights can get a little bit closer to evening up that one as we head into this match of Cafe, which all but confirms, Guz, that for 2 weeks straight of APAC South, only 2 maps played, Oregon and Cafe. Hopefully Playday 4 will offer us something a little bit different, just something else, please. Obviously, Ying, Flores, both gone. Not really too much of a surprise with these two. Mira as well gets taken off the board. I assume Valkyrie should be the last one here by Wildcard.
I can see as Wildcard ponder their final decision. Mute was the huge ban in that earlier game this evening. But he'll skate through this time. Yep, Valkyrie taken off the board. And this is all around very much more standard lineup that you would anticipate here on Cafe. Ying might be the only one a little bit left of field, but those Candles offer quite a bit of utility for executes. Down to Kitchen for the first round then, and Azami, as again earlier today, will make it through, and anticipating her to have quite an impact. A lot of ways though that they can be countered, as Habana has made it through. Plenty of other explosives available as well, and Nook, being one of those characters, has also slipped through an operator that has been banned a lot. Been a lot of chatter amongst pros that she is very, very powerful at the moment. Makes sense. Put a suppressor on her, a couple of grenades, sneak around the map, find picks. We'll see if that has an impact.
Kitchen cooking to start with in this match. Obviously, we've seen a little bit of Cafe over the last 2 weeks, Guz, and of, well, a map that we've seen a lot of in the past, typically defender-sided. That's no longer the case now. Attacking has become quite the forte on Cafe. And with the Knights in the opening half, I now actually am coming into this, can't believe I'm saying it, expecting them to do well. 3-3 at minimum, in my eyes even. What a time we live in when it comes to Cafe. Do you agree with that sentiment after the last 2 weeks?
Is that a bait?
Well, it's kind of difficult to think otherwise. Is that not really sort of where I'm going with this at the moment? I'm not sitting back saying Wildcard are going to 100% smash it on the defense. I'm done saying it now on Cafe.
I'm just going to take it as it comes. That's my philosophy.
Just enjoy it.
For life,
Enjoy the
not just Rainbow Six, just life. Just take it as it comes. We're just here for the journey. Teams are the one that are going to determine their own destinies. Not to get too philosophical, but it's true. And the top 2 can make it through. And funnily enough, of these 2 teams, Wildcard edging out their chances of making it. Hotly contested though. So many teams at the moment feeling like they're in good form and can really beat anyone on a given day.
think about Wildcard, obviously, I think the Knights have been spoken about at length throughout the desk, and obviously a little bit of our discussion before getting into this game. They took down Tide in week 1. A Tide team, of course, now that is winless, and they are having a break this week. Lost to GG pretty comfortably last week. You know, we talk about the Knights must win this game. In some ways, Wildcard are teetering into that conversation, especially if they lose this. Do at least have one win under their belt, but they play Direwolves next week. And, you know, as I said to Rob before, Direwolves going to that one as favourites. Vince here, taken down early. Stiggs with the opening kill. A good sign there for the Knights. Still 90 seconds left in this round. And they lose the Azami. Such a big-time player, especially critical at holding key positions.
I disagree with that. OJ now really to hold down the line inside of VIP, and the Knights are eager to clear it. Speak easy off the back of the flash with first to peak. Default still up. That'll need to be dealt with as Stiggs now comes across with util. 2 grenades in hand, needs one of these to land. The first doesn't do much. The keeper barrier still stands, and that makes this position difficult to clear out. Stiggs needs to find something, but OJ is now aware of his presence and will not overpeak.
Oh, Stiggs just taking a big chunk of damage, and Bouncing's actually gone down. Not sure what's happened there. 40 seconds left. Stiggs gets caught outside. He was low on health. Tuhan getting that kill. Forces Speakeasy into action, pushing down White Stairs, swinging into VIP, but well played by OJ. Love the positioning. Looking to swing now and get a little bit more. Does not have that shield, but plays rather aggressively. So aggressively that he takes a big chunk of damage. 20 seconds left in the round. Changes up his position, slows it down. Of course, no bouncing, so only 3 up for Wildcard. Essentially in that 3v3. OJ gets rid of 1. Traded immediately by Juicy. Time though. Who's got the diffuser? They don't need it. Wildcard defend. Knights choke themselves out in this opening round. A bit of a slow burning round. Just didn't go their way.
Certainly felt good up until that little duel over towards VIP. That's where I think the pacing got stalled out, and the sync from the Knights just wasn't quite there. A team where in the past they've always felt like they're on the same page for the most part, comparatively to maybe other teams in the league, but that desync there proving a little bit costly, and then elsewhere it just sort of fumbled. And Wildcard, to their credit, stood firm, knew their place, knew their time, and did a good job. They win that opening duel, that opening round. Now head up above. I think this is going to be the real tester in this game, this particular site. So tricky to defend, depending on your approach. Again, I'm just attracted towards that Azami pick and what Kyra is going to be able to offer the team. So many opportunities to be versatile, especially in towards Lounge. That's going to be, I think, the real strength of this lineup for Wildcard, and where the Knights, and dropping red and trying to transition that control, could find things very challenging.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Well, a good start, though, at least for Wildcard. A team that's just always sort of up and down, never really in a state of good play, bad play. Always just sort of that middle of the road, aren't they? They can have some good moments, and they can have some really bad moments. Consistency they definitely lack. Aggressive positioning, top red, beneath that hatch. Nitrocell in hand by OJ. How often do we really not see this work out, though, at this kind of level? It's generally quite rare to see the Nitrocell find a kill. We'll see if it does. Doesn't even get it to explode. Shot out of the air, and that is wasted.
Pretty naive attempt there from OJ. Knights clued in. Not all that often we would expect the Knights to be caught off guard by a play like that. And now, real task begins. Droning ahead. Seeing what's clear, what's not. Shop is being contested here by Wildcard. As elsewhere, the Knights now with an entry down below. A little bit of a lurk. Wall into Lounge at least opened up somewhat here by Juicy. That's someone from the ace, and he drops aggressive here from the Knights, but OJ responds. A down for 1, but can't quite get the second. Well done by Stiggs, but Bouncing able to assist. Taken down though by Sage. It's going back and forth and back and forth. Juicy revived, and the Knights out on top, just.
And already, though, a stark contrast when we think about the 2 games of Cafe we saw from Elevate last week and this week in just those particular matches. It was a little bit more structured, a bit more controlled. This is just all over the place at the moment. Some of that, though, of course, courtesy to Wildcard in their aggressive positioning on the defense, which I think is probably the way you almost want to play this at the moment on Cafe. You can't sit back. You have to get in these aggressive positions to find these kind of kills. Credit to Cairo. Oh, he follows it up. That's actually a down onto Josh as well. So that's 2 for none from Cairo. A big power play when it looked like maybe Knights were getting some control in this round. 40 seconds left, and they're actually in a bit of shambles here. Wildcard on the verge of a 2-0 start.
30 seconds, so still time to recover Josh, but is there time to recover the round if he's still down over towards that wall? And Josh really not in the best of positions. Is eventually picked up, though, the sweep across. 20 seconds to go. Wildcard have been able to reinforce their positions.
15 seconds remaining.
Repositioning from Clara into freeze of Vincia gets the free kill. I mean, there's nothing that Knights can do. They don't have the time to rectify this round. It's over. It's a bit of a sloppy start from the Knights for what's been a sloppy stage from them. Wildcard make it a 2-0 start with timer running out on the Knights. And not going to lie, guys, it feels like the stage might be running out for them as well.
You could say they're running out of time, but there is no OC on this stage. That is an in-joke that only the Australian fans will get. But no time really for joking around, really, for either of these teams. They know the stakes. Slightly more so for the Knights, who have really struggled here in the 3rd stage. And it's just mind-boggling that they're in this position when you consider the experience this roster has. Not to mention the acquisition of Speak Easy, who has quite literally in the past been the best team, or pardon me, the best player in APAC as a whole, and one of the best in the world. It hasn't quite clicked yet. And there's going to be a lot of discussion as to what's happened, what's going to happen to the team, but cannot be focusing on that right now at all.
Yeah, I mean, that has to be the least of their focus, doesn't it? I mean, they're 0-2. They got absolutely demolished by Elevate and Playday 1. For those that missed it, 7-1 was the result. That was on Bank, and then they lost out to Fury 7-4 on Oregon. I think the simple truth of it is, guys, there's just teams that have gone past them. When you think about Fury and where they're at and what they've been able to achieve. Stage 2, then into Stage 3. Elevate, we know, are a team that's going to be contesting Direwolves. They had a down stage in Stage 2 after a magnificent Stage 1. Gaming Gladiators making the major. So that's the top 4 teams for me at the moment. You've then got Wildcard, Tide, and Knights. It doesn't bode well for those 3. So you look at this kind of matchup, and if the Knights lose this, I'm just going to say it, there's every chance they might go actually winless this stage, which is staggering when you look at that lineup. They're in some seriously poor form at the moment. But still time and still plenty of chances to turn it around if they can find a way.
Oh. Vinny gets one, then traded by the Claymore. Hard to say who that edges out. I'd say probably Wildcard a little bit. Vinny has already placed that bulletproof camera, presumably. Already placed his utility. Whereas for Sage, he'd be looking to play a more active role in this round. His impacts and his concussions from the lifeline can help clear some of this utility. Bouncing probably a good example. Inside of washrooms with a deployable shield. This puts a little bit more pressure on the likes of Stigs and Speakeasy with grenades in hand to get their job done well. Bouncing now under pressure does fall back. Tuhan tries to render some assistance but can't really move too much. That said, he still finds a kill and makes it 2. Josh with the trade in washrooms. And unfortunately, the timing not great there for the re-aggression from the defender. Juicy now. Oh, that's good.
Dirty.
And it equalizes the man count to a piece.
Yeah, and suddenly now I'm almost on sort of, well, on Knights' side to win this round here. There's a lot of time. Bouncing's low on hell. And you kind of always back in the Don to salvage things for the Knights. And obviously you know what Josh is capable of. There is the Don. Juicy finds a second. Big plays from up above in Cocktail and Bar. Bouncing low health, creeping up top white stairs. Drop down from Josh and Juicy, expecting probably Bouncing to have been making his way up above. Go for the default plant. And Bouncing's just not reading into it at all.
Timer now ticks down, and Batson needs to isolate these ones. Eventually, he'll need to jump down, make a sound cure instead, go over towards red stairs. That's what he does. Avoids the Claymore and finds one. The Knights probably presumed that was clear. Now with 20 seconds to go, Josh needs to play this perfectly.
Yeah, and he's got Vert here. He's got the Vert hole, so there's no way Bouncing wins this unless Josh makes a mistake, and he's not going to. So, that's right there. The position I thought Bouncing was going to play originally, guys, when he rotated up top white stairs, pushing over towards bar cocktail. Instead, he went middle of bar rather than into cocktail. Had he gone cocktail, I think he might have actually been in a position to deny plant, make it a 1v1, and then really flip the round on its head. Didn't end up doing that. But someone who did was Juicy. Big play there in the crunch to get them back in the round.
Yeah, Bouncing was quite literally bouncing quite a bit around during that particular round. I think he probably could have done a slightly better job at the trades up on that top floor and probably put Wildcard in a slightly more advantageous position. That said, did a decent job towards the end in the position that he found himself in. But ultimately, the Knights able to edge out and get around, and they needed one. The first two rounds were a little bit grim, and the Knights, the writing was on the wall. They needed to salvage something in that first rotation. That's what they do. A full attacker repick now heading into round 4. Glaz in play alongside Capital. I feel like we have been transported back about 4 years.
Not sure if that's a good thing either, to be honest, or a bad thing.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
So, a big round win for the Knights. From doom and gloom, maybe some salvation. It can all change very quickly. But Wildcard are playing this well in their aggression on the defense, and it's why they've gotten off to a good start. Remembering a win here for Wildcard, especially one in regulation, would put them actually in the same amount of points as Elevate. The same scoreline as Elevate, 2 wins, 1 loss. Loss here for the Knights. 100% confirm them out the running for a spot at the major. It's already difficult to do so. Setting up potentially for that bakery push.
Bit of action up above as well. I anticipated the Knights to go for a really heavy hit over towards Bakery, really play in to that Glaz and the smokes, and that's what they do. 2 men on the hunt and Speak Easy to find the pick. Juicy was taken low, but he'll still survive for now. No util for the second phase of this push. This is when it starts to get dangerous. Speak Easy needs to dry peek, and that's not going to work out against Tuhan with the DMR. Juicy also taken down, and it's crumbling again for the Knights.
Johnson just losing a bit of health there for nothing, and then ultimately taken down. Well, from crumbling to, again, finding a way back into this round. Juicy is still down, so technically 3 versus 3. Good position still for Tuhan, and of course, has eyes on that diffuser. And that's going to waste a lot of time. Aggressive positioning here by Tuhan. Does have a player in prep, though, as well, for a bit of help in OJ. But again, it's this kind of position that will win you rounds, or even potentially lose you rounds. And sometimes you've got to play into the risk. First gas babe out from OJ. Still 2 more in the pocket with 50 seconds left in the round.
Pacing pauses once more. The Knights now looking to maneuver their way in towards Bakery, but Tuhan has it on lockdown. OJ as well with the cross. There might be a man down, but Wildcard is still in an okay spot.
Big kill again. There's 2. Make it 3 for the round. Tuhan. 7-1 in the opening 4 rounds, making a statement on his new team. It's a travesty for the Knights. And Josh cannot resolve the issue. An issue that is becoming far too prevalent for the Knights, round to round, game to game. They are lacking creativity, guys. There's no sign of a strong team at the moment. I mean, a half-hearted push into Bakery, if not even that. easily defended. Where is the heart in this Knights roster? Where has it gone?
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Tough question to answer. Very tough. And the really difficult thing, at least I'm finding at the moment, is juggling that discussion of, is this Wildcard actually playing out of their minds, or is it Knights maybe not performing up to spec? I'd say it's somewhat both, but I mean, it's so difficult to not always be constantly fearful of praising Wildcard because they can just continue to do okay and then disappoint. It's like you just keep getting heartbroken all the time. So yeah, it's a weird one. It's definitely an interesting story for the stage.
Yeah.
But as for the Knights, yeah, it doesn't feel very inspired at the moment. Still though, we've seen teams in this position again earlier tonight bring back score lines to something okay for the second half, and if the Knights can 2-4 out this, they'd still be in a decent spot.
(1-3) scoreline. So from what has turned into an attacking-sided Cafe over the last 2 weeks, it's said sort of a trip down memory lane, and defending Wildcard off to a good start. And there's something to be said about that. Years gone by, we'd be looking at the scoreline and saying, well, it's job done at the moment. Wildcard's on the defense. It's Cafe. In the past, it's been as high as, I think, 70% defensive win rate in certain regions. That's the past, though, and this is the present. There are expectations on how to attack Cafe now. Knights just not showing it. What will be even more scary is if we go to the second half and Wildcard just sweep the floor with them as well. That's a big kill from Stigs. Gets rid of the aggressive positioned OJ inside of shot. Just over 90 seconds left. Cairo holding the next big critical position over towards Washrooms and Pixel.
Set up though, the keeper barriers has deteriorated. Action elsewhere over towards Red Stairs, Tuhan. Surely there is a drone. Surely there was a drone. Watch this position from the Knights. It would be a fatal flaw if there isn't. Tuhan may have made sound. Attacker pops his head up. Forced back. Stig's now taken down, and Tuhan on the prowl. There was a Claymore. To shoot it out, there's two. Two for the price of one, and Tuhan might get a kill, but Juicy plays it well, and now it's Cairo and Bounce left standing.
Yeah, and full credit to the Knights playing into that aggression from Wildcard now, prepared for it. And now getting on the front foot as well themselves, Cairo. One last counterplay, not to be. I think for a split second, he might have thought Washrooms had already been taken. Took his eyes off Pixel, and that cost him. Big round win for the Knights. It's not the most glamorous game so far. Definitely the second best game of Cafe tonight, Guz, that's for sure. But
hey, it was hard,
these two teams,
to top it. It was hard to top the first one.
These two teams just need to scrap their way to 3 points.
Yep. That was a good way for the Knights to get one back, and overall actually quite a well-played round. I was getting really concerned, really scared over towards Red Stairs because we've already seen it, where the Knights have relied on the Claymores and they just haven't done their job. And you can't really place them in such a way that it's a short kill, so that's understandable. But that time, Fifsy clued in, played it really well, and then from there the rest of the team got to work. Isolated picks, didn't give Wildcard an opportunity to trade them back in response. That sets us up for a really exciting end to the half. Wildcard, their final round of the defense, they sent us over the reading. Last time the Knights able to win it in a post up above. The plant was down. Wildcard a little bit all over the place on their vert. Their hold was okay, but the Knights caused enough chaos to push through it. We'll see what happens this time. And we might see a spawn kill off the start. Or maybe we'd see one. Wildcard running in and around over towards train. Just in case the Knights go for a brazen push horizontally.
Feels like momentum a big factor when we think back to the last time we played Cafe Girls not too long ago. It was around this point that Fury were kind of getting beaten to a pulp. They won this final round of the half, and from there it sort of kick-started a massive chain reaction. And that might just be what's happening here for the Knights with that opening kill onto Vince here. It's a somewhat back and forth kind of game. At various points, it looked like the Knights are struggling. But in fairness, at no point has Wildcard looked like they've been firmly in control at the same time. That, for me, is also a little bit concerning. And I'm just going to say, I think this might be the bottom two teams this stage battling it out right now. It's got that kind of vibe to it. Stand up and shot, and he can't hit it. Cairo, generally so good in those kind of moments. 4-3, advantage to the Knights.
It's scrappy, and there's just kills all over the place at the moment. I don't see many semblances of structure in this game at the moment. So many isolated ones around different parts of the map. Heavily contested on entry. Knights finally get an entry for themselves. I'll see what they can do from it. Wildcard have retreated back down below. One player reading, one over towards 90, helping with that horizontal, and another near white. The Knights don't seem like they know it at the moment. 5 drones available, so we would hope that within the next 15-20 seconds they know it's clear, and then they can get to work.
45 seconds left in the round. A big round at that. 3 versus 3. It feels like whoever can win this round takes all the momentum into the second half. Whichever way you want to look at it, Knights maybe salvaging this first half. They do get to that 3-3, or Wildcard really putting the foot down with a dominant 4-2 half. One way or another, though, both teams will obviously feel like there's some work to do, but you've just got to get results on the board. Bouncing now pushing through pillars. OJ watching as well, and there was no way Josh was making it onto site, and there's no way Knights are going to win this round now. Diggs did get Tuhan, but falls immediately after. They started the round okay, but it's Wildcard that took the round out and took the half. 4-2 on the defense of Cafe, but we switch sides, we switch halves, and now we wonder though, does this end up really playing into being a defender-sided Cafe?
Big questions, and both of these teams eager for answers. I can't help but feel it's been quite difficult to split the two. Both have had moments that have been quite good and others that have been a little bit ordinary. See if Wildcard can tighten things up and close out this map, or if Knights have something to say about it. Go up above for the first round, and a lineup we would expect. It's all about the Knights just trying to consolidate something here. And I think, in my opinion, they need to get off to a good start. Losing the opening round here just puts so much pressure on them. With match point looming, they know at this point that dropping basically any point is going to spell disaster. So that's not something that they want weighing on their minds, and if they can avoid that situation completely, that would be ideal.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
It's hard to really pinpoint though who has the real momentum at this point. It's been back and forth. At no point do you really sit back and say Wildcard is firmly in control of this game, and the Knights are never too far out of it. That has to bode well though for the Knights at this point, being down just the 2 rounds. There is a way that they can still win this game, get the 3 points that they need. I'm probably in the camp that I think even 2 points here, Guz, is not really going to be enough. I'm just going to be completely honest. This is Wildcard, in no disrespect, it's probably not a top 3, top 4 team, not a team that's likely to go to the major. You need all 3 points. Speak easy. Finding the opening kill into Cairo will certainly help that defense here in this 7th round.
This is the man you want posted up in these positions. Some added pressure from Stigs, and this is going to be a tough one for Wildcard to open up. There is Stigs. Right on cue. This is a Knights round lose. Speak Easy just needs to be careful. He doesn't get too aggressive. Although there is a player down and he tries to collect it with the impact. It won't land. These shots might though. Oh, not quite. Batson's still down. Wildcard trying to bait Speak Easy. Oh, it almost works. The repel now. Just teasing him a little bit more. You can tell how eager Speak Easy is to jump out, and it works out. OJ for the delayed trade. But the round is already over.
But it's messy. Yeah, I know I'm being a little bit critical this map, Guz, and in fairness, I think the major reason for that is we've been treated to a very, very good cafe all of an hour and a half ago. And it was never going to obviously live up to that game that we saw from Fury and Elevate, but I think in some ways it does kind of... Oh, that's a nice downlet to Stigs from OJ. It does kind of highlight where both teams are currently at the moment, unfortunately. Big round win, though, for the Knights, and brings it back to 3 versus 4 on the scoreboard, I should say.
OJ putting in his best efforts. No hurt in trying. 20 seconds now remains, but efforts at this point likely futile. Still yet to even get his boots on the ground. This is Cafe, ladies and gentlemen, and it's Josh to close it out.
3-4. It's probably not one for the replays. It's not one for
the
historicals.
The jump out was kind of hype. Probably the most exciting moment we've had so far.
The game really as a whole so far. A little bit depressing in some ways, because when you think about where the Knights once were, struggling at the moment. You give credit to Wildcard when the Knights are sort of just down and out. Remember coming into this game, right? So Knights have played 2 weeks. They've only won 5 rounds in those 2 weeks. They have a -9 round differential. It's the worst start I think they've ever had in APAC South. It's been a disaster stage for them, and the fact is, you know, they were only just, what, 1 round ago down 2-4 against Wildcard, another team that's, you know, in the bottom 3. We're not looking at the finest of Siege here. We're not looking at 2 teams that are arguably contending to go to the major. There's 4 teams above both of them, and only 2 slots.
5 seconds left before insertion.
It's just sort of, it's the harsh realism of the situation.
You're not known for bending the truth, Jake, so whatever you say, I believe it. Stigs, though. Having a peek out the window. See, another impactful jump out here, maybe from the Knights, or maybe an early kill. Oh, wow. That's
nice.
Is very nice. Hard breach down, OJ out. And that's how APAC South is playing Cafe at the moment, especially on defense. Super disruptive, going for cheesy picks, and it works. It keeps working.
Yeah, get in front of these windows, block off the attackers. As you said, go for those picks, get into those aggressive positions. In the past, it was all about, you know, sitting back behind in positions like Pixel, Washroom. Now you're pushing all the way out to Ledge. Why? Because you've got an operator such as this that can just block off so much vision, allow you to have this kind of control, these keeper barriers. But the Knights, to their credit, they're working their way into this match. In all fairness, the last couple of rounds, guys, they're getting opening kills. They're taking a bit more of their time, understanding that the aggression that Wildcard's bringing here and how to deal with that. 90 seconds left. Tuhan, through timing, almost found a kill, but a little bit delayed, but does clear out this train position. Elsewhere, Stigs is just clearing the map by himself. He's got 3. The Knights are probably going to make this a 4-4 scoreline. And all of a sudden, Wildcard's lead has all but evaporated.
This is a cheeky angle from Tuhan. Don't know if he quite saw the elbow there. Nonetheless, needs to find ground and do it quickly. Avoids the traps as Vinny finds one. A quad for Stigs, now one for the ace. And he might be able to get it. As Sage goes prone, but it's Speak Easy to get the final pick. Started off well for the Knights and they close it out well Not a bad response so far. Into round 9. Continues to be scrappy and hard fought by both teams, but at least it's close.
Yeah, I mean, obviously a close game is always a good game. I think we can agree with that. Everyone likes it, especially as the neutrals like these games to be close, 4-4. And at no point have we really seen either of these two teams break away, get 2-3 rounds, and really look strong in those particular rounds as well. The only thing I will say is probably the last 2 rounds, the Knights have looked a little bit cleaner. So going off recency, I would be a little bit worried if Wildcard lose this round. Very, very worried. It's turned into a defender-sided cafe quite significantly. And if that does obviously keep up, then the Knights will be sort of coming home strong. 5-4 if they make it, then I would be anticipating that timeout from Wildcard to follow. Big round.
5 seconds remaining.
Interesting again, we're going to see that Capitao in play for Wildcard. Now we saw that on Knights attack, they did sort of like a 2-3 split. They headed the Glaz and the Cap in towards Bakery, attempted to clear that, somewhat successful. Interested to see how Wildcard try and implement it in their plans this time. Obviously no Glaz in play, so can't directly go for picks that way, but could try and isolate some different positions, try and gain ground through the smokes. A tool which has really fallen out of fashion in Siege. Again, you go back a few years and it was all the rage, but let's see if Wildcard can maybe pull it off here. Sage is the man under the pressure. He's playing that cupcake position. We'll see how long he can last.
Such a critical position. Sage certainly capable though. Oh, he does get cleared out immediately. That's such a big win for Wildcard. Really well played. Kara then finding a kill onto Juicy. I mean, that's just really digging in. Much better round from Wildcard. Talk about clearing out sort of your key win conditions. Bakery is firmly theirs now. And that's just the perfect start to a round. Can't really get anything better than that. How do the Knights respond? You do still have 2 Nitro cells. But this is where Wildcard are just not pushing into Bakery. They're still going upstairs. They're still clearing. And I like that. Sometimes you can almost get sort of lulled into this false sense of steam where you've cleared out Bakery. Let's just push Bakery. But you do that, then suddenly you're susceptible to those Nitro cells and to sort of grouping up and funneling in through one direction. This is smart from Wildcard. Clearing out above is still a big priority, and they're going for that.
The Knights now will be feeling the pressure to make a play. Stig's probably poised in the best position to make one over towards White. Thought he almost heard the call and made his move, but no. Instead has a good angle in towards Fireplace. Vinny taken down. He gets a second onto Tuhan. Droned out, but falls back.
So essentially 2 for none. That evens it up. Vinny's down upstairs, but he will get brought back up. Okay, so big, especially on the sledge, can do some damage there inside of Train as well as mining. But now all of a sudden 40 seconds left. You at least do have Bakery control. No one inside of prep either for the Knights. Making a long, long way to the front entrance here. And it's going to be go time. They're going to have to just send it from a couple of different angles. So at the very least, not funneling, but hard to then get trades. Bye-bye, Vinny. Oh, the explosions ring out. Not the way of Wildcard until that shot by OJ. 15 seconds left, heading to the final seconds of this 9th round. Who's going to take this lead? Speakeasy took a bit of damage, still has the gas babe. He hits him with the headshot on the SMG-11. OJ falls as well. The Knights continue on 3 rounds in a row. On the defense of Cafe, they are looking solid.
Certainly didn't look that way at the beginning of the round, but props has to be given to Stiggs. Someone had to initiate a play. He had a fantastic angle, a good read. Great presence of mind to swing 90 as well. Netted himself 1.5 kills and then actually finished it off in the end with the Nitro. That alleviated some pressure, not all of it of course, as the Knights at that point had only just brought back the disadvantage. The rest of the team though, especially Speakeasy, stepped up. Sage did a decent job here for the most part, but then Juicy succumbed to the pressure, and here's that play from Stiggs. Gets the first, the down, and then super sharp on the 2. I probably didn't even see him there on the swing. Yeah.
What a game from Stiggs, though. At the moment, he's really just sort of like a one-man army. Big Easy helping out, and as my prediction came true, Guz, it is a Knights round win into a wildcard timeout. Tactical, of course, and definitely needed now. 3 rounds in a row to the Knights. When we think back to really that first half, 2-4 lead to wildcard, the Knights offense just looked really, really poor. Lacked conviction, lacked creativity. On a map that has actually seen attackers generally do quite well in the last 2 weeks, and we've seen a little bit of cafe. And that did put doubt in my mind coming into the second half, but I guess it would be quite fitting with these 2 teams that we maybe go back a year or 2 and really favor that defense.
10 seconds to go.
Yes. I think it's probably just a bit of a byproduct of 2 OS teams going at it,
Seconds left.
approaching the map quite differently to some of their Southeast Asian
Attackers must locate
counterparts. Again, a small pick from Stiggs. Will it be successful? Oh my word. Almost. Clips the shoulder of Cairo, who will just survive with his life. But some good pressure. Probably just stall out this initial push a little bit for Wildcard and just spare the Knights a little bit of time. Again, as we've seen the trend tonight, the entry through Bakery now up red, this time on the Nook. Such a dangerous operator in the current meta. Lurk around, has grenades. Question remains, how many kills can Bounce and have? How much of an impact will he have? Or almost gets the entry but misses.
This is where the Nook is so strong on this map, being able to navigate, get into good positions, and try and get away from having to push through a window and get caught by defenders on the front line. You want to just try and sneak around the back into mining, and suddenly just puts all the pressure onto Juicy here. He's got no idea where Bouncing's going to peek from. So it was Josh.
Oh, good trade.
Juicy from above, though, does get the trade. And that's fine. I think, honestly, if you're going to go up against that Nook, and it's a 1-for-1, I don't think that's that bad. That's nice from Stiggs. Knights in control now. And I think for the first time in this match, a team is really, really controlling the game.
Yep, does feel like the Knights are dictating the terms now a little bit. Wildcard forced into awkward positions. Their ability to trade picks just not there. Too hard, for instance, there on the rappel. Either there wasn't a drone watching his run out, or if there was, it wasn't being watched, and then no one else able to trade that back. So it puts them now in a bad position. Not an unwinnable position, but unfavorable nonetheless. Knights read into that. They fall back. So many powerful crosses that could be held in the top 4 here for Cafe, and they won't want to forfeit them.
.50 seconds left into the 10th round. Knights close now to picking up match point. Desperately seeking all 3 points. Juicy taken down. It brings it back to 3 versus 3, but I'm going to be honest, the final boss is still alive in Stiggs, 13-7. That, for me, is the big one that Wildcard still have to deal with. They get rid of Speak Easy. All too easy by OJ. Now in a 2 versus 3. Where is Stiggs, the man of the moment? It's been his game so far. And he's got a good angle from Cocktail. That's Sage, though. Headshot onto OJ. Down as well onto Vincia. Well, it was the Sage show in the end. Stiggs was supposed to be the Batman, not Sage. But sometimes even Robin has a good round or 2. Match point by the Knights.
Just let that one simmer for a little bit. Just let the dust settle on what has been quite the game. Good reposition there from Sage. Really well done. In towards backstore, not expected. Looked a little bit shaky there for the Knights, it has to be said. Wildcard did a great job to fight back, but just losing that one player early on came back to bite them. Knights now with match point. And in fact, correct me if I'm wrong. Definitely not wrong. It's their first point. So, look, claps in the chat for the Knights. It is their first point for APAC South in Stage 3. Woo! Took probably longer than we expected, and I don't mean that in a BM way at all. Such a great team. Such a great pedigree, just not quite performing to what we expected, and I'm sure they expected of themselves. Perhaps this could kickstart something for the stage. It's so hard still to place Wildcard. Know exactly where they sit, but a win here is a win.
Yeah, and in all honesty as well, I know that the first half, I especially was probably a little bit harsh on the Knights. Their attacking half was arguably not that amazing, but I think when you're down 2-4, in a stage where you're down already 2 maps, you know, you're 0 and 2, you're struggling. The resiliency to bounce back, I think here has been really, really showing from the Knights. Especially if they actually go on and win this round and win 7-4. That's a 5-round win streak to close out. That's commanding, that's in control, and it gives them such a breath of life going into the rest of this stage. It's massive. It's honestly stage altering. Kyra there with a headshot onto Juicy. But let's not get ahead of ourselves just yet. Still more to be played here. But a big, big game from Stigs. Speak Easy, 8-7. Sage, 8-5. Josh, probably a little quiet, 5-6. So much talent on this Knights roster.
They just chain it together for one more round, though. That's the question. Keep our eyes on Stigs and Bounce and unknowingly staring at one another. Stigs has played so well in this game, but I cursed him. Bounce drops him. No trade. Too risky of a swing. Now Josh, can he be the one to step up? We've seen the Knights bring back rounds like these in the past. This one though, not looking likely. That said, Wildcard are still contesting for some control. I think now OJ is bringing that diffuser over towards a horizontal push. Oh, this could be the play.
Big one from Cairo. Big round from Cairo.
Ooh.
Finally taken down. What a second shot from Josh, though. That's the critical one. The first was somewhat expected with Cairo so brazenly pushing into sight, but the second shot from Josh is perfect. And suddenly 2v3, it's not unwinnable. 50 seconds left, both on site, both in a really good position to halt this attack. OJ, half health as well, vulnerable. Vincia still above. Is there a chance the Knights can force a couple of 1v1s to close out this round?
What push did Wildcard go for? They're going now over towards Pillars for default plan. Probably the best position. That said, still a player inside of Laundry.
Oh, Josh, though, falls into the nade, Bounce, and it bounces on top of him. And that is going to be a second kill straight away as well. He was a monster last week, and now he's bouncing nades all over the shop here on Cafe. 6-5. Match point still to the Knights, but a chance to send this one to overtime.
Yeah, really good entry there from Cairo, showing the power of the Nook. Then we took our attention over to that little squabble in train, and then Cairo exploded, thought maybe he'd get the 2k there and really put the nail in the coffin, but it was Josh to give one last gasp to the Knights. Bouncing, of course, in the meantime, got that grenade pick. I was genuinely looking at that nade counter for the last sort of 45 seconds, is really hoping and praying that Bounce would use them into great effect. That's what he did. And the Knights now with some serious pressure in response. Question last round was, can they close it out? Now it's a question of, can they prevent overtime? They know every single point is absolutely critical. For Wildcard, it's less so. Obviously, they need to push it to overtime, so there's still that to play for. But for the Knights, they lose a point from this point onwards. I do not see them making the top 2 in any scenario.
No. Such a big opportunity to get all 3 points right here and now to get their stage back on track. They play Tide next week, guys. Well, not next week, I guess, but next Playday. A team that has also been struggling. So if you beat Wildcard and then you beat Tide, you've got the points in the bank to then bring you home. You've got to then play GG and Dire Wars. Not exactly impossible. Especially with Fury and Elevate occupying those top spots at the moment. You've already lost to both of them. That's fine, but win everything else and suddenly there's a chance and a hope. It's a small one. You've got to win this round. It's so critical for the long run for this stage. The same can be said, obviously, for Wildcard's hopes. 3 points at the moment through 2 play days.
Bit of action over towards Red Stairs. Wildcard seeing that as a opportunity to take ground. Question will be how heavily is that contested, and I don't think it is really by the Knights. Bouncin continues his good run of rounds. That's his 10th pick in the match, now in the double digits. Make it 11.
Oh, Bouncin.
Make it 11. Stiggs trying once more to make a play, but he can't. And this match now really feels like it could be pushed to overtime, and with that kill, all
It's
but
done.
confirmed.
Yeah. Takes something crazy to happen from here for Josh and Speakeasy to win this round. In fairness, 2v4 is not impossible. Get the next kill, certainly 2v3, but a bit of doubt in the minds of Wildcard. Oh, just watching Tuhan's health in the background. Same with Josh, holding top white. Pulls back, still has a Kiba barrier to play with, at least from Sage. The next couple of seconds, so critical here. Wildcard, see their silhouettes in the background, trying to play off of each other. One pushing through Pixel. And it's just sort of forcing Josh constantly back.
Oh, here we
But
go.
Speakeasy's going for the flank. This is a winning play from Speakeasy. One just sitting inside of washrooms. Will he spot him? He does. Sitting there on a drone. He can push past him, maybe look for more. Quick headshot, quick run away. Put your gun in the air. He went for the sprint through White Corridor, knowing full well they're still above. 1 versus 3 now for Josh to secure all 3 points for the Knights.
Over towards White Stairs now. Very tough position. Oh my word, he gets the first. OJ had to have been low there. They almost lined up like toy soldiers, but the bearing 9 for the final kill. And it's time for round 13.
So we head to overtime. And while we applauded the Knights for getting their first points off the stage, we now applaud Wildcard for sending this one to OT. Deserved in the end, Guz, winning the last 2 rounds off the back of bouncing. As a tactical timeout is called by the Knights. It takes a little bit away. It takes a little bit of that gloss away from the Knights. It was 5 round wins in a row. But what's with the sprint? From Speakeasy, with the player still down below, you just don't have to sprint there.
You've got the outlines and he doesn't.
No, but I mean, in the scenario of understanding that there are members of Wildcard in and around Cocktail, mate.
Maybe you should start playing competitive.
You know what, man? You know what? Just get me in there. Don't worry about Speakeasy.
What rank were you last season?
Whatever rank you were, +1.
So you were bronze 2.
Well, if you weren't bronze, I can't believe you'd be bronze. So I think you're just lying. Either way, we head to overtime. It takes a little bit away from the Knights, unfortunately, after winning 5 rounds in a row. I'm not going to lie, I started to kind of get back on the little Knights bandwagon a bit, guys, after those 5 round wins. So close to getting all 3 points. They play tied next Playday. Kind of fumbled the bag a little bit here, and 2 points still up for grabs. It doesn't seem like that's going to be enough, having already lost 2 regulation matches.
Yeah, I mean, I'm no mathematician, but the numbers are telling me at least that Knights' chances of the top 2 now, even with a flawless continuation on the stage, or like winning every single match in regulation from this point onwards, is, yeah, it's really not good at all. But sort of encapsulates the stage so far for the Knights. No one really to blame but themselves. Hasn't quite clicked. As for Wildcard though, maybe a more positive discussion. Pushing this to OT might allow them bag a couple of points. Hold that point. Bounce and looks for a kill. And he gets it. And he gets it. Juicy down. Josh for a trade. And just to round out that point, any result here for Wildcard in OT will be okay. Keeps them in the mix. Keeps them in the fringes of that discussion.
Honestly, at this point, hard to sort of envision who's going to win this one. It's tense. From 5 rounds in a row to the Knights and seemingly fully in control. In what felt like almost out of nowhere, Wildcard responding.
The attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped.
Credit to Wildcard team. And I know it's not the team, guys, but in probably months and years gone by, would have maybe just sort of fallen over. Maybe signs of things to come for this particular iteration of the roster.
Lion scan rains out. Josh poised for a jump out. Don't quite know what he's looking for because there's absolutely no one there. Wildcard poised over towards the western side of the map. Lurker down below. That's bouncing. Still a grenade in hand. Speakeasy though, who's inside of lounge. Got one traded by Vinny. We'll see if this nade lands. No, not quite where it needed to be. OJ with good drone deep on the cross. 3 versus 3. A very tense first round of OT.
And the 3 of Wildcard just basically playing off of each other right now. Big position here for Stigs on site. Also it's Sage. "20 seconds left. Quiet once again here on this Cafe game. It's been a slow burn.
15 seconds to go.
Sage just pops up. Not quite a headshot, but it doesn't matter. Got the kill onto OJ anyway. Vinny half health, but he finds the kill onto Sage. Josh making the swing through white corridor off the red ping. He knows where to spray, knows where to shoot. He got the down onto bouncing. Vinny got off of it. Vinny just got off of it.
Run out of time.
An anticlimactic end to the round. Vinny getting off the diffuser. And we have seen it so many times where if players had hindsight on their side, they would not have made that decision. That said, the round is probably already lost. The big disappointment there, and I mean, the praise to the Knights has to go retaking that white stairs corridor, reopening that cross, and exposing the plant was well played.
Attackers need to locate
The Knights
and
now
defuse bombs.
reclaim match point once more. It can only be for 2 points towards the standings, but desperately in search for anything at this point. Wildcard to bunker down over towards kitchen.
So once again, match point for the Knights. This time, can they close out to secure the 2 points? The 2 points first of the stage.
10 seconds to insertion.
In some ways, but probably almost all but
5 seconds to
the
insertion.
time Wildcard to most likely missing out on the major.
Attackers must locate.
Already one regulation loss into a potential OT loss. It would be teetering on that verge. Taking on Direwolves next week and then Elevate after that.
Oh. Just when it felt like Stigs was a little bit quiet, he pops up again. This time towards VIP, the vicinity. Now the Knights with the advantage. 5 versus 4. Speakeasy takes a little bit of damage. I presume that's from Bakery. He's contesting that position. The rest of the team working elsewhere. Speakeasy, of course, doesn't necessarily want to push that by himself. That would be a little bit of a death trap. And the nature of Cafe means that it's going to take him actually quite a while to rotate from that position safely. He'll be cautious of a potential run out, but it Stigs again for the second.
Yeah, where's this just being found? Credit to the Knights. Too easy. We watch Speakeasy now. Surely from here, they're going to get the job done. Wildcard just wiltering. Cairo's still just holding this Bakery position for his own. Guys, what's going on? Well, patience pays off, but now he knows he's got to probably move elsewhere. He can't just keep holding that position. Too much has happened elsewhere on the map, and it's now just all about defending site with Vinny.
And they do it though? It's going to be quite the challenge, especially if the vert gets unlocked here by the Knights. A bit of remodeling up above happening now with the sledge at least. Oh, sorry. Pardon me. Must have been one piece of utilities. Obviously Speakeasy's dead. Nonetheless though, as I get lost in the source, Wildcard cannot afford to. The 2 versus 4, their last opportunity to push for a win. And it's just not looking good for them. Kyra in the 1v4.
Cleaned out from above by Sage. Josh then pushes down as well and gets the kill. The Knights get there in the end. They had the chance at all 3 points, squandered a little bit, but ultimately come out on top to secure their first win of the stage. The APAC South Stage 3, 2 points in the bank. It's a long, long road to the top, but they begin their journey. And obviously for Wildcard, guys, it's their 2nd defeat in a row. Playday 2 and now Playday 3. Their signs of making the major starting to really falter.
Yeah, it's such a... I don't know if you're getting this vibe, but it's a bit of a weird one after this game, because for the Knights, an 8-6 victory, it's great because it's finally some points towards the standings, but ultimately it probably isn't really enough. And for Wildcard, it's feeling like same. They win the first Playday and then they lose every single Playday past that point. So it's a bit of a weird game. Siege on Cafe, certainly not the cleanest of affairs. But again, congratulations has to go out to the Knights. They desperately needed to salvage at least something from this stage. They've gone ahead and done it.
Yes, definitely a big win for the Knights. They take on Tide, of course, the next Playday. And honestly, I think you'd almost start to back them in there as well. And who knows, maybe a chance for them to be able to reignite themselves this stage, make that late push for the top and a spot at the major. We'll, of course, throughout the rest of the stage, see if they can do it. For now, we go back to the desk and they can break this one down.
And a lot to break down as well. You know, we saw, 14 rounds by the end there, Mandy. A lot to take away, but also I think I agree reluctantly with the boys. It felt like there was a lot happening, but also not a lot to write home about in this matchup. I mean, maybe I'm being hypercritical, but it definitely didn't feel like that, Os Classico that we're used to watching between these two.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you. I feel like, especially for Wildcard, they're in this phase where they're sort of figuring out with this 5 roster. One thing that I sort of wanted to point out with how they're coming together is they've got OJ, I suppose, who's known to be such a valuable and flexible player, locked a little bit in this hard support role, especially on the attack. And I think moving this hard reach role between the players hasn't really quite worked out for them yet on the side of Wildcard, and they don't have this workflow that's as fluent as the one that Knights currently have going. And I think that was really what drew these two teams apart.
And to be fair, we were really talking about Wildcard in that first half as being the highlighted team dev, but finally we have seen a defensive-sided Cafe.
Which, in theory, should be how it goes, and it was really on the back of a lot of aggression, particularly from the defensive side. But the downside of that is it lent itself to the chaotic nature of how this game ended up. With so many aggressive players from the defense we saw in the first half in particular, so many run-outs, jump-outs, and peeking outside the building in the early and mid-round, trying to capitalize on passive attackers. It just lent itself to a lot of picks that were eventually traded or individual gunfights that kind of slipped man advantage away from these teams. Knights pulled through, right? But they lost the point that they could have got. If they lost an extra point, they could have got if they just got it done in 7 rounds, right? Or if they got it done at 7-5, which they had a chance to do so. And I think that's going to cost them, to be honest. Like, they have 3 games remaining and 1 bye, and 2 games remaining and 1 bye, I believe. Which 3 games remaining. I don't know, maths. But the thing is, Knights just not looking great for the major at this point. Even if they get every single win in regulation from here on out, it still might not be enough.
Well, that's the heartbreaking thing about Stage 3 in particular, Mandy, is obviously, small mistakes can lead to, I think, heartbreak. Not that it's not that way originally, but it is even more cutthroat than what it has ever been. And it feels like, a point here and the rounds they weren't able to accumulate in Stage 1 and 2, in Playday 1 and 2 has certainly left them a little bit wounded. But I think maybe I do want to highlight what we saw in the end of the cams there. Like, very much this does mean quite a bit to Knights to take this win.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you. I think that with the way that APAC South is currently shaping up, especially with the last 2 results that have just come through, the top heavy part of the standings doesn't seem to be there quite yet. By the time that we are at this start, like this part of the stage is almost reaching the halfway mark. We typically like to say, oh, there's a top half, no, there's a bottom half. But we've seen a lot of OT. We've seen a lot of upsets come through today as well. And I think ultimately, yes, there will be mistakes that compound and the stars might align at the end of the season and some, I don't know what kind of teams will make it through to the major. But yeah, I think ultimately it's still anyone's game. I don't want to count anyone out just yet.
That's fair. That's fair. I think you're more optimistic than some of your colleagues. That's for sure. Dev, I think one thing is for sure. Wildcard pushing that to OT. That is a pretty crucial point for them to be able to stay, within touching distance of the rest of these teams.
Yes, Wildcard getting a point is great, but at the end of the day, what you really need is wins. Because you walk away from a game with a point, yeah, it might, in theory, potentially help you on the scoreboard, but it doesn't help the mental game. It doesn't help the team feel that traction, right? Wildcard will walk away from this match, even though they pushed overtime and got a point, feeling like, oh no, we lost. Like, we have a lot to work on, feeling a bit dejected. Like you were saying, Mandy, about Knights coming at the end of that game on the cams, it was visible that they needed this win. They really felt good about it. Even though it pushed to overtime, they didn't get the full 3. They can take that confidence away from, yes, we got the win, we got the monkey off the back. Wildcard, unfortunately, can't say the same.
No, they can't. And you know what? We're actually going to get to hear direct from Juicy. We're going to hear his thoughts on this matchup. Let's welcome in the Don for the first time this stage. God, that feels really funny to say. I'm not going to lie. Not funny in a good way, kind of funny in a heartbreaking way. But Juicy, it is great to see you again, mate. I've got to ask you, we saw you at the end on the cams. It looks like it means something to be able to take this win away. Does this kind of kickstart something for stage 3?
I think this just feels good to get a win finally after the first couple of games. They're pretty shitty performance from us, not gonna lie. So I think we've just been finding our footing a little bit, actually playing the comp games with the new roster, still changing a couple of things in the team here and there. So yeah, I think it's just working things out still for us a little bit. Like, I don't want to make any excuses, but things didn't transition as easily as we'd hoped they would, and I think that showed. So we're just working some things out still.
Well, I think on paper we all expected, this big pickup of Speakeasy to make life a little bit easier for the Knights, and we expected, a really strong kind of start to the stage. Obviously, it hasn't panned out that way for you, but you are alluding to it being a little bit difficult on the transition. Is there any kind of insight you can give us with that one? Because obviously, it's the results haven't been there, but we can see what's happening.
I think it's just roles and that, trying to find what everyone wants to play, and it wasn't as simple as just swapping, what Quiz played and what Martin plays as well. So it's been a little bit hard in that way. With actually, after a few weeks, turns out people weren't in the right spots for what they're actually comfortable still. So I think that's just what it was, and it's getting better and better each time we scrim. But yeah, we just can't perform like we did the first couple of weeks, and I think it just feels good to get a win finally. So it's a nice feeling.
Well, I guess, the win kind of leads into that conversation of, anything is possible. 6 games is not a lot to be able to make mistakes on, but obviously this win does keep you in the books for the November major. I know every time we've talked to you, in the past, you've said we take it 1 week at a time. Has anything changed in that respect? This is obviously a pretty big stage, a good opportunity to book your name into a major. Are you still gunning for that, or are we still seeing that week-to-week approach?
I think we're obviously always gunning for it, but I think you can't really do anything but play that week-to-week game. Like, especially at the moment after the first 2 weeks, like, that's all we can really do at the moment, and it's kind of out of our hands in a little bit. So if it happens, it happens. But we're just going to take it one game at a time, play the best that we can, serve up whatever we've got, and that's all we can do.
Now, I probably should have asked this as the second question, as it's more game-specific, but we saw Bank being floated right up until the final part of the veto. Is there any particular reason why we've gone to Cafe instead of Bank?
I don't know. It just felt like playing something different. Don't get to play Cafe much, or I don't think it's really shown that much. But it was just one of those things. Saw the 2 maps and just thought, screw it, let's just go to this map. See what happens.
I'm going to pull more out of you one day, mate. I'm going to pull more out of you. I promise you. I'm going to ask a question and you're
One
going to
day.
slip up. I promise you are going to slip up, but not on this day, of course. Big win for you and the team. Anything you want to say before we let you go, mate?
As always, thank you to the broadcast team. Thank you to our fans. Thank you to our team. Without them, it doesn't happen. And without you guys, of course, like I say every week, thank you very much for the broadcast, and I will see you when I see you.
Dude, it's been a hot minute since we had the last words. I could see you almost had to pull the
I'm
script up on
rusty.
the second screen. We love you, mate, and hope to see you again next week.
All right, thanks, boys.
In his own right, I guess, it is a very, very difficult stage for a lot of players, and obviously, not to be doom and gloom for the Knights, but I think that they are also quite realistic with their expectations now, Dev. This does obviously put quite a dampener on what was otherwise a good roster change. It just hasn't eventuated to the point that they were looking for.
Yeah, if all of us expected Knights to be making the major on the back of the perceived huge upgrade of Speak Easy, I think those expectations have been tempered for at least the team for now.
Yeah.
I know that as a roster, each of those players, they have quite a mature outset to the game. They don't expect anything. They don't get their hearts set on making the major. They say, look, we just want to improve. That's what we are focused on. That said, it can be pretty frustrating, right? Like, after all the ups and downs, they were so close. They missed out that one time. They thought it just takes a little extra push to get over the edge. And now stage 3 has been as troublesome as it has been. It certainly kind of checks their expectations a bit. However, we have, for them, 3 matches still to go, I believe. They've played 3. They've got to bye and then 3 matches. So there's still a chance. If they can get a full 9 points out of them, on top of the 2 points they've got now, 11 points might just, if they're very lucky, be enough to scrape them into the major, or at the very least, like, redeem themselves hugely going into SI qualifiers.
Well, I think Mandy put it perfectly right. There's been so many overtime wins and losses that points are being lost here and there, so there is always a chance that they could still be in the running. But let's have a look back on the matches that were tonight, of course. And by the way, 2021 called, they want their maps back. All we saw was Cafe and Oregon, both today, and Playday too, believe it or not. But Mandy, there have been some, I don't want to say shocking results by any means, but I guess it really kickstarted with that Fury matchup.
Look, I'll tell you what, I didn't do too well in predictions tonight. That is all.
I can't wait
So,
for that.
yeah, you absolutely cannot wait for that. I'm pretty shocked by tonight's results. I think that the Elevate game, we perhaps underestimated Fury coming off the back of their Operation League results. Game Gladiators we thought would be better on Oregon, but Direwolves showed us that they are indeed the kings of BO1s, and well, the Knights, they do prove that they are still in some good form.
There's still form there. Although against a wounded Wildcard at this point, going into yet another... It feels like a curse at this point for Wildcard. Start well, and then it just crumbles at the wayside. But let's have a look at predictions. Mandy, we are officially renaming you Owen. So from now on, you will respond to Owen on the broadcast. But I guess for everyone, bit of a big brain from Xenox at the start. Yeah. I honestly think he didn't know what he was doing, and he just accidentally typed in Fury. I think he thought it was who was going to be the loser of this match, because that doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, big brain predictions tonight from Xenox, or lucky guesses. I don't know, however you want to play it, but he has managed to climb back up, tying with Mandy in second place. But of course, we know who the real winner was tonight. It was me, of course. And I will humbly accept whatever prize that there is to give.
There's no prize.
What?
There is no prize.
That's the only reason I'm here. That's the only reason I agreed to cast.
Well, unfortunately, you're going to have to wait until potentially the major to get a prize from there, mate. I can tell you that much. Let's have a look at how this has all led to for these teams. I mean, this is the important part, right? The overall picture. After a match, after a Playday, like today, where there have been some upsets, it's made things quite tight at the top. Had Elevate have beaten Fury, we would be walking away from today saying Elevate are 4 points clear and are all but certain to make their qualification.
This is a very, very tight scoreboard. It's not just tight at the top, but even going through the mid-pack there, you've got teams that have only played 2 matches. So you've got the Game Gladiators, Direwolves. They've had their buys already, and so the point distribution isn't super set in stone. And I think as a result, it's very hard to judge just halfway through the season how top-heavy the standings are thus far. I don't imagine that Fury and Elevate are going to be super comfortable there, especially with Direwolves on the rise, having only played 2 matches.
Well, that's just it, right? Direwolves are going to be circling to kind of, I would say, proved to everyone what happened in Stage 2 was merely but a mishap, I think. Reaps coming onto that roster has made them look outstanding. We are, of course, barely halfway through Stage 3. So let's have a look at our matchups that will be not next week, but the following week. I'll talk about that in just a second. But Dev, when we're looking at these matchups, really there is, a lot on the line for Direwolves. Fury are going to have to back up a solid performance that had against Elevate, against Gaming Gladiators, who are certainly on the rise as well.
Yeah, look, if Direwolves win that, they will be at the very top of the standings, at least until Fury and GG play, and there's a chance that Fury could overtake them. It is Elevate who will be taking a bye on Playday 4. So there's a big chance for other teams to get themselves in the top 2, because currently Elevate's in that second place. I'm particularly excited for that last game, Tide and Knights. We talked about how today potentially the Knights Wildcard game was the bottom 2 teams in the league facing off. It's possible that Tide, currently on 0 points, as Knights were up until today, could be one of those bottom teams as well. So they really need to get a move on. They've lost their first 2 opening games. If they are to take a big win over Knights, then that would put them back in the conversation. And if Knights can get that, especially as a 3-point win, maybe we'd have a bit more of a shot for them making the major.
Now, of course, I said I was going to talk about it in a second, so I'll just make the kind of footnote for everyone at home right now. We have no APAC South next week. That's because we are taking ourselves a bit of a break, a bit of a bye, if you will. We will be returning the following week for a Super Week. There will be 2 matches played, or 2 play days played out, I should say. So yeah, there's going to be a lot of action still to come, of course. We're still not even crossed over into the halfway point. We're close. Mandy, as we start to close things up, do you have anything to say as your closing final remarks?
Closing final remarks are APAC South is still APAC South. Nothing has changed. The standings are as close as ever, as close as they were in pretty much Stage 1, bar Direwolves doing amazing. And now with this added buy-in, looking at the standings each week has just become that much harder to predict. You really cannot tell which teams are going to end up on top, and I think that makes it so exciting.
That certainly does. Dev, I'll give you the floor as well. We always want to give you the floor here. I know that you've got something up your sleeve.
It's Thailand season. Fury and Elevate on top. Let's see if we can get the first ever major with 2 Thai teams going.
Jeez, could you imagine that? Could you imagine that? That would actually be kind of gnarly. I'm not going to lie. I'd really look forward to that. But of course, if that's all you've got to say, we'll wrap it up there. Thank you, everyone, for joining us tonight. We hope that you've enjoyed the matches as much as we have. Again, to reiterate, not next week, but the following week, there will be a Super Week for APAC South. So make sure you change all the dates in your book to prepare yourself for that. However, it's always a pleasure to run you through the stuff. We can't wait to see you next time. Please stay safe, take care, and good night.
I've got no idea. He's gone all the way. This is something different. So much information. Should get the free kill. Oh, the timing! He saw the foot of Mark standing up. Close to 90 seconds left. I9 goes for the creep, but guess what? This time they've learned. They have learned. They will have no shame on them now. Where's that timeout, Elevate? Come on. Show it to Daddy.
Oh. Rix has got the sound call. He's going to spot the player and take him down with a shotgun. It's now a 1v2 post-plant. Souffle's got to get it done. He reveals his position and sprays them both down.
I don't want to say gimmick rounds completely, but they were, right? Hang on a second. Just pause in the action. Souffle is still holding on to this tower control. Being very aggressive. A grenade is about to land at your feet, Souffle. You need to run. And oh my goodness. Hoven, he can take him down. Souffle! In about maybe half a minute's time, when no one's paying attention. But hang on a moment. Lobby control. ED. He takes the fight onto Arpe, and he's not he's there. He's in good for a second, taking down Hoven and gets away with his life.
Just teasing him a little bit more. You can tell how eager Speakeasy is to jump out, and it works out. OJ for the delayed trade.
Stiggs was supposed to be the Batman, not Sage. But sometimes even Robin has a good round or two. Match point by the Knights.
Over towards White Stairs now. Very tough position. Oh my word, he gets the first. OJ had to have been low there. They almost lined up like toy soldiers, but
Gladiators should win this round, right? 5v3. But if they don't, that is so much worse. I gotta say, like, if Gladiators lose this 5v3, that's probably game over. Souffle gets the down that's needed. With ED rotating back to site, this could spell death for GG. It's about to happen, Mandy. I curse them. And Direwolves take advantage on the 3v5 now to match point.
Can't believe you've done this. I really can't.
I can't believe you've done this.
Can't believe you've done this.
Oh, well, now it's all
I don't know.
I'm about to drive them crazy. Cause I'ma do what I want. And I feel so amazing. Cause I'm saving up all my love. Saving it up, baby, cause I'm the one. Think I wanna quit for the day. I'ma go on a really long drive. Cause I can, yeah, I bought this ride. And I wanna see where the day's gonna go when the sun is high. No reason why, high in the sky, just myself and I. It's me in the clouds. Can nothing get me down. I've been living well and taking my time. Wake up early, see the sunrise. Listen to the voice singing deep inside. Yeah, it's me in the clouds. Can nothing get me down. I'm about to drive them crazy. Cause I'ma do what I want. And I feel so amazing. Cause I'm saving up all my love. Saving it up, baby, cause I'm the one. Got a lot of places to go and I know that I got to be free on my own. Yeah, I'm in control. And I wanna see how my life's gonna look when it's up to me. Doing it well, nobody else, cause I got myself, so it's me in the clouds. Can nothing get me down. I've been living well and taking my time. Wake up early, see the sunrise. Listen to the voice singing deep inside. Gets me in the clouds. Can nothing get me down. I'm about to drown. Gets me in the clouds. Can nothing get me down. I'm about to drive them crazy. Cause I'ma do what I want. And I feel so amazing. Cause I'm saving up all my love. I'm the one. I'm about to drive them crazy.
been putting in the mileage. I've been playing out of pocket. Yeah, been a while since I lost my shit. Crack a smile 'cause I'm on it. Don't wanna wait for love to change. As long as I'm ahead of yesterday. I'll crack a smile 'cause I'm on it. Yeah, took a lesson from the losses. Oh, I don't wanna be a product of my conscience. Yeah. Oh, the moment isn't waiting for us. It's coming if we're ready for it. While back, thought I was defeated. Lost track of my sense of being. I turned back just to catch a feeling. The Kodak wasn't what I needed. So I look ahead and focus on the mind.